public forum. I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say. Avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or on silent for the duration of the forum. I'll ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the September 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6 o'clock. We're holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for the community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern. I remind the community members registered to speak that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded, and you each have 3 minutes. However, council can grant you 1 minute additional for your address at its discretion. Once your address to council has concluded, please remain at the podium as council may wish to ask you questions. I will call each person to the lectern and remind our community members registered to speak that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded, and you have 3 minutes. However, I've already said that, so repeat, so my apologies. First speaker is Ray Fiker. Ray, would you like to come up to it's item 7.3, notice of motion, reconstruction of Umina Beach toilet, and Ray is speaking for. Thank you.
Council recently passed the public toilet strategy with the Umina Beach facility slated for a Type C regional build. This build has been slated for 2031-32 or year 7 of the strategy. Sorry? Thank you. I'm short. The Central Coast branch of DSA has been running events since 2005, beginning at Terrigal and Toowoon Bay, before moving to Umina Beach in 2017. We hold 4 events per summer at Umina, with 50 to 60 surfers and their carers attending each event, along with up to 200 volunteers. Our surfers and volunteers are local from Sydney Metropolitan, South Coast, Lake Macquarie and the Hunter New England areas. We're fortunate to count the New South Wales Minister for Disability and Inclusion, Kate Washington, as one of our volunteers. Umina has perfect beach conditions for making surfing accessible, and the Surf Club is highly supportive of what we do. Our events are highly regarded by all who attend as easy to access and a fun and friendly experience. However, there is a lack of appropriate accessible change room facilities. Approximately 20 of our surfers are in wheelchairs and others having mobility issues who require more facilities than the existing toilet with handrail and basin provide. I noted that I believe it's acting CEO response to the motion included that the strategy identified the facility as aged but well maintained and clean. There is no mention of lacking in basic facilities required for a person with disability. I asked 2 carers for feedback. A mother of an adult male wheelchair user said that the facility has no shower, but she could not take her son into the female showers nor the male showers. There is nowhere to put a bag, a towel or a change of clothes so that they stay dry. A carer of a female adult wheelchair user spoke of putting a towel on the floor to change her. Having to make do is humiliating, and it has mental health consequences for both the carer and the person. We are a volunteer organisation who's had to provide a marquee with a change table, portable shower, chair, table and a receptacle bin to provide dignity for our surfers and the carers. According to the 2021 data on council website, 8% of the peninsula population need help with day-to-day lives due to severe or profound disability. I ask you to support Councillor Neill's motion for Council to formally price the toilet block as the first step in seeking to move this build forward. I would also encourage councillors to attend our event on December 6 and speak to some of the people who have to use this aged, well-maintained and clean facility. If you're ever up Caves Beach Way, go and have a look at what... And I request that you could bring this motion forward for voting on this evening. That'd be really wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Have you any questions? Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ray, and congratulations on the work your group does. It's pretty amazing. Did you say you've been using Umina Beach since 2017?
Yes.
Did I hear that correct?
Yep.
And so where are the closest suitable and appropriate toilets for some of your participants?
Gosford Pool.
Gosford Pool, okay. All right.
Which you have to pay to get into.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I just flag for the staff when we do discuss this item, I'd just like to get a bit of an understanding about, I thought we were, part of our tourism promotion was for accessibility, and I'd like to know if anything's happening on the peninsula in regards to that. Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Tony Winch, and Tony's also speaking for 7.3. Thanks, Tony.
Okay, over the last 10 years, Umina Community Group's been working really well with the council and the council staff to improve the area around the Umina Beach recreational precinct and around the surf clubs, upgraded football clubs, cricket clubs, leagues clubs, tennis club, oval, paths, car parks, all these wonderful things, but we have a toilet block left to do. The part of those upgrades have seen a huge improvement to the shared paths. All 4 directions going out of the surf area have at least 800 metres of shared pathway, great mobility access, huge increase in the number of disabled parking spots to help support disabled people coming in. If you go down there on any weekday in the morning, you're going to see a group of carers and disabled people just enjoying their time down there and having fun. The other things that take place are the organised things, like the disabled surfers. So we have 4 events a year for that. We have Umina Beach markets that run every month. We have the new coastal skate jam that's been running annually. And on top of that, we have this huge coastal twist festival that runs. All of those events are also bringing in people with a disability that need toilet facilities to go with that. It is hugely needed now. The existing toilet block is way past its end of life. It's over 50 years old now. But more so, its functionality is just not what we need today, what we're trying to do today, or actually really is happening today. So it's not so much its maintenance, it is just wrong. The council toilet strategy very nicely has a Type C toilet block, which is exactly what we need. It's a regional toilet block. Really happy with that, so that plan's great. What we need to do is get on with that plan and bring it forward. The one really lovely way to think about this is that we do run a Disabled Surfers Day. 4 of them, all of us residents get down there and volunteer and help to make up those 300. This is an event where we give a chance for disabled people to get in the surf and really enjoy that. But boy, they then come back on land to use the toilet and use a shower or a change room. No dignity in that, right? This just doesn't make sense that we want them to do that, not that. So I'm here to encourage you to vote for this motion and support it fully for the rest of our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Any questions for Tony? Round of applause for Tony.
Sorry, just one question. I understand that this toilet is going to be upgraded under the plan in the future, but obviously it's a number of years away. What effect is it going to have on the community if the revitalisation of this toilet and the provision of appropriate disability facilities is delayed by another 6 years?
I think we just continue to have this incorrect messaging that causes stress to people to say, we're encouraging you to come, but don't go to the toilet. And, you know, that's not what we want. We want an inclusive, integrated community in all different ways. And I think we're just going to cause more stress, more strain to a whole group of people. And that's just not, that's not fair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks very much for both speakers. Thanks, Ray. I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on council's website. Thank you. Welcome to the council meeting tonight. In the event of an emergency or fire, please remain calm and wait for instructions from the CEO or acting CEO, council officers or security guards. If we need to evacuate the building, council has 2 emergency muster points. These are on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and Frank Balance Park to the rear of the building. In the event of medical emergency, please alert council officers for assistance. I remind councillors and all those that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online in council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I'd like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. Councillors who are joining via audio-visual link must ensure that their camera is turned on for the entirety of the meeting. I remind councillors that we have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. I encourage all councillors to please keep the debate robust but polite and respectful. The Code of Conduct defines behaviour standards and sets out a mechanism to respond to any contraventions. I now declare the meeting open at 6:32. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Dark and Young Country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who have also called this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Earlier this month, we celebrated a transformative moment in the region's history, the opening of the $32.7 million Gosford Regional Library. This remarkable achievement was made possible through a $7 million contribution from the Australian Government's Community Development Grants Programme, along with Council's developer contributions, special levies from the former Gosford City Council, asset sales and dedicated project funding. This is more than a library. It reflects the evolving role of libraries, not just as a place, not as places of literacy, but as vibrant hubs of learning, imagination and community life located in the heart of Gosford CBD. This iconic building invites our community to connect, create and collaborate. Across 4 levels, it offers spaces for children, quiet study, meetings, events and innovation. On behalf of Council and my fellow councillors, I'd like to extend a big thank you to Les Nemo, architects, Norse Constructions and all the council staff and all the other construction team and the dedicated council staff and management who helped bring this incredible project to life. This library will now serve generations to come. Councillor Stanton has submitted a leave of absence for tonight's meeting. I therefore move the following motion that Councillor Stanton be granted leave of absence from the 23rd September 2025 to the 24th of September 2025. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. A request was received by Councillor Lamont to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with Clause 6.21 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with Clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Lamont is entitled to vote on this item. That Council approves the request by Councillor Lamont to attend the Council meeting 23rd of September 2025 at 6:30 p.m. by audio-visual link, as she is unable to attend in person due to personal reasons. I now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. I better go through. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mooland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara and Councillor Lamont. All for and against is Councillor McQuaid. Thank you. Carried. Item 1.1, disclosures of interest. I'll now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they might have in items in tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Mooland.
No non-conflicts, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Daniels.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McGregor.
No non-conflicts, nothing to declare.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, I would like to declare on item 5.2, community and culture, item 2525. I have a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest as I have close family members who play football, for football, soccer clubs on the Central Coast. But I will be able to stay in the chamber and participate in any voting or discussion. I also have a separate one in relation to item 6.12, community support grant program, non-pecuniary, non-significant, as one of the grant recipients, obviously when we approve it tonight, is a member of the, who is a member of the Arimba Regional Residents Association Incorporated, is known to me through another community organisation which we are both involved in. Again, I will stay in the chamber and participate in discussion and vote on that matter.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Crowley. Yeah. Councillor Castles, put your mic off,
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh. Microphone, Councillor Crowley. Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I do have a conflict to declare in relation to item, where is it? 6.10, in relation to a conflict of interest as my husband is member of the Newcastle University Council. And I will not be voting in relation to that matter.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Lamont.
I have no conflict of interest to declare transparency with regard to item 8.1, rescission motion. Coastal erosion motion, as many people know, I'm a member of the SOS Facebook community group, and under clause 5.3, the code of conduct does not constitute a conflict of interest as far as I'm aware. I have no private interest in the matter or close personal relationship with anyone who has a private interest in the matter. I will remain in the meeting and participate in discussion and voting on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor Wright.
No known conflicts, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McQuaid.
Nothing to declare.
Thank you. I now call for a mover of the motion and confirmation of minutes 1.2. I now call for a mover for the motion and a seconder. Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Neal.
Mr Mayor, I just had an amendment, if I may. In adopting the previous minutes, I actually abstained. So could that be minuted, please, corrected? In the final vote on adopting the previous minutes, I abstained. And could I just actually also ask for some clarification on the minutes, if I may? In the minutes of 26th of August. Item 4. Sorry, and it might be a question through you to the acting CEO, and it's just an understanding of how we're recording resolutions from these standing committees. I'm looking at page 6 of the previous minutes, and it's minuting that council has adopted the resolution of a standing committee, but we actually edited the resolution. So we didn't actually adopt their resolution. I know it's a technicality, but it's just unclear to me that the minutes don't reflect the exact nature of what happened. I don't know. I'm happy to have further discussions about it. It's not a critical issue for those minutes, but it is, to me, a failure of accuracy in the minutes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to take a look at that and come back to you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Any other discussion? All those in favour?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we just need to capture with the amendment that I abstained on the vote. Sorry, just to be clear for the staff, apologies. It's confirms the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on that with the amendment that on item 1.2, that's Councillor Smith abstained in adopting the previous minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I thought we've had clarification previously. When you abstain from a vote, is a vote against the minutes?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I do understand that's how the numbers go, but you can still be recorded as abstaining. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. As per the Code of Meeting Practice, because it's a no vote, it is recorded as a no vote. I'm happy, again, to take that on notice and have a look at how we might report that in the minutes, but the Code of Meeting Practice is clear that it is a no vote.
Question, Mr. Mayor, is that in the standard template for the Code of Meeting Practice? Because otherwise I'm happy to call that up later and try and get it amended.
It does appear in the model code as far as I'm aware, but I will just double check that. We'll take that on notice and get back to you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont, and Councillor Smith abstained. Thank you. And against. Carried. Item 1.3, items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with the multiple items of the business paper on the agenda together by the way of single resolution. Expect for items dealing with financial matters, matters that councillors wish to speak on, the minutes of standing committee meetings and notice of motion, which will be dealt with separately. I will now call the number and title of each item that has not yet been starred by councillors. Those items only will be moved by exception. Item 1.4, notice of intention to deal with matters in a confidential session. 3.1, water and sewer security of critical infrastructure annual report 2025. 6.4, final report on performance improvement order PIO submission to OLG for information. 6.5, draft code of meeting practice for public exhibition.
I'll call that one up now, Mr. Mayor.
Council services during Union Picnic Day 2002 and the Christmas 2025 New Year period 2026 for information. 6.9, probity statement committees for adoption.
I'll call that up, Mr. Mayor, please.
6.12, community support grant programme, July 2025. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you didn't read out the Gosford Regional Library one. Could I just call that up as well, please?
It's not on
6.7.
6.7. So the ones for exception are 3.1, water and sewer security, 6.4, final report of the performance improvement PIO submission to OLG, and 6.8, council services during Union Picnic Day. So they'll be 612. Yeah, 612. 2, 3, 4. Yep. Mover John, Councillor McNamara, seconded by Councillor McGregor.
I wanted to request
Yeah.
one of them go back in the list.
On you go, Councillor McGregor.
The 1.4, can that go back on the list rather than being done through exception?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
1.4. So 1.4 as well. All right, can I move Councillor McNamara, seconded by Councillor Wright? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you.
The names on that are wrong. It's got me as seconding it. I think it was Councillor Wright, wasn't it?
I've got a procedural motion here. Once again, I don't want to keep people in the gallery waiting until the very end and meeting for their item. So would like to move procedural motion to move forward item 8.1, rescission motion coastal erosion, and item 7.3, reconstruction of Umina Beach public toilets. All other items will be considered in their usual order. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Mulland. Thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 2.1, Mayoral Minute, a local surfer in the world is world champion. The Central Coast is incredibly proud to celebrate the achievements of 22-year-old Molly Picklum, a Gosford local who has just been crowned world champion at the World Surf League's Women's Championships Tour in Fiji on 2nd of September 2025. Molly's phenomenal season included 2 event wins, 2 runner-up finishes and 3 semi-finals, leading the tour for most of the year. She now joins the ranks of Australia's surfing greats, becoming our newest world champion since Stephanie Gilmore in 2022. Growing up in Berkeley Vale and later joining the North Shelley Board Riders Club, Molly's journey has been nothing short of inspiring, from dominating Pro Junior Series in 2019 to representing Australia at the 2024 Summer Olympics. To achieve this elite status like this takes hard work, determination and true passion for the sport. When she isn't winning championships, Molly is inspiring a new generation of young surfers on the Central Coast to follow their dream. On behalf of Council, I wholeheartedly congratulate Molly on this incredible achievement. She is a champion in the water and a role model for young surfers across the Central Coast. I now move that the motion on the screen, and I will put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Thank you, unanimous. Thank you, and I think a round of applause for everybody in here for Molly. The next council meeting will be celebrating some of our gold medalists from the Central Coast who are at the World Athletics Championships at the moment. Another Mayoral Minute, item 2.2, strategic partnership, Central Coast and Lake Macquarie Councils. Central Coast Council and Lake Macquarie City Council. This partnership reflects our shared commitment to collaboration, innovation and delivering tangible outcomes for our communities. The agreement sets out a framework for ongoing cooperation across areas such as strategic planning, infrastructure delivery, joint advocacy and service improvements. Together, our councils represent a combined population of nearly 600,000 people, 350,000 in the Central Coast and 220,000 in Lake Macquarie, which is approximately 8% of the New South Wales population. This partnership provides a powerful platform for joint advocacy on issues of shared importance and significance. By aligning our efforts, we can now effectively represent our communities to New South Wales and federal governments, ensuring a collective voice is heard and our priorities are supported. Key undertakings of the partnership include regular sharing of strategic priorities and project updates, joint exploration of service efficiencies and infrastructure opportunities, especially in the growth areas along our local government area boundaries, biannual meetings of partnership committee led by both mayors and a steering group led by both chief executive officers. The partnership also provides a platform for joint action on regionally significant issues, including waste management, flood mitigation, planning and facility provision for the Northwest, Central Coast and Southwest Lake Macquarie, and for the Northeast, Central Coast and Southeast Lake Macquarie coastal erosion and coastal dredging programs. Importantly, while this agreement is not legally binding, it represents a strong mutual commitment to the work together in good faith with respect and shared purpose. I formally move that Council endorse the partnership agreement between Central Coast Council and Lake Macquarie City, nominates the Central Coast Council Deputy Mayor to join the Partnership Committee, authorises the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to execute the Partnership Agreement on behalf of Central Coast Council, commits to active participation in the Partnership Committee steering and working groups established under the agreement, requests regular updates to Council on progress and outcomes arising from partnerships. To clarify, I would like to add into point 2 that it would be the Mayor and Deputy Mayor on the Partnership Committee. Could staff please add those words in? I put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll start off with a question if I could ask. Obviously, you're seeking to have the Deputy Mayor on point 2. Would you consider interested councillors?
Lake Macquarie went to council. I spoke to them on Sunday because one of the other councillors had phoned to ask about a few things. I never put that to them, but I did put some other things about having other councillors involved, and they've no problem with us having an alternate mentioned for the Deputy and the Mayor or an observer to be there, but they want to keep it very tight because there's no decision is going to get made apart from unless it comes to council. So just going on what Lake Macquarie went through last night, I would say they wanted to have it the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor.
Based on what you've said, if there is scope for maybe one or two others to go on it, would you accept that I may be taking up one of those positions myself?
No, I'll definitely put that to and definitely look into that, yes, for you.
So could we accept that as an amendment to point 2?
Is that as an observer?
And if agreeable, that Councillor McGregor be able to join?
Sorry, say that again, the last bit.
If agreeable with Lake Macquarie, that Councillor McGregor be able to join the Partnership Committee?
No, they indicated the day when I spoke to them after the council meeting, coming in as an observer or an alternate, definitely.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to go as an alternate or an observer. So.
No problem at all. They were fine with that. Because it's going to be very rarely that anything has to come to vote, and anything that is going to have to come back to council, but definitely put that as an observer or an alternate, yes. And I'll come back and confirm that.
I'm happy to go as an alternate. Maybe another councillor, maybe one of the other ward councillors in Wyong, or I'm trying to speak, Councillor Neal. Maybe one of the other councillors from the Wyong or the Budgewoi ward, for instance, Councillor Crowley, could go as the observer.
I'll put it in and I'll go back to them because we'll come back and let you know.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, just a question or two, but then I was going to put forward ask for some amendments. So firstly, I'm generally supportive of this, but surprised we didn't know about it until it appeared in the business paper, although I did read the media release that went out this morning. So disappointing that there wasn't more discussion with the councillors about this. I think it's a very good initiative, but yeah, just quite surprised that there wasn't better communication on it. I'm pleased that Councillor McGregor has moved that to improve the representation from the councillors. I actually was hoping instead of the Deputy Mayor, that the Chair of the Economic Committee might be put there, because A, we don't know who the Deputy Mayor is going to be, but secondly, I think this is highly relevant, although it's a broad scope in terms of what this agreement covers. I think it is particularly relevant to the economic development area. So I'm just wondering if you and the Chair might consider that, or the Chair, because I, you know, with respect, would like to see, instead of the Deputy Mayor, that the Chair of the Economic Committee be the second representative on that. So would you accept that?
No, I asked them today, as I said, to Councillor McGregor, and they want to keep it tight, and it's no disrespect to Councillor McNamara. It was, they just wanted to stick with two and keep it very tight, and they were happy for, as I said, an
Well, it was instead of the Deputy Mayor position, it was in place of that, that the Chair of the Economic Committee would be the second representative on that.
No, at the back of it, it's the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and the Partnership Committee.
All right, could I move an amendment to add a part that just says that this item, or the partnership agreement, and updates on the partnership agreement become a standing item on the Economic Development Committee, is number 6. And sorry to the staff for not providing any wording, but number 6 is just that updates on the partnership agreement become a standing item on the Economic Committee, with agendas and minutes being available to all councillors. Would you accept that, Mr Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor McNamara.
And to be clear, I was actually not looking to put those last 2 points into this one, because I just want you to get on and start it, but certainly was looking for the Economic Development Committee, whatever they've got up at Lake Macquarie, being included in what we do down here in the Economic Development section.
I think that's something we can definitely speak to them about, and a good outcome as well. Councillor Crowley?
I was just going to ask if I could be an alternate.
Yeah, put Councillor, and could we put Councillor Crowley in there as an alternate as well?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. You just can get Councillor Crowley in there. Yep. Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 3.1, Water and Sewer Security of Critical Infrastructure Annual Report 2025. They're adopted by exception, sorry.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just to clarify, didn't we move a procedural motion to bring some items forward?
That's true. Item 4.1, monthly investment reports. Do you have a motion?
Mr
Councillor
Mayor, we
Dean.
were going to bring forward the toilets and the erosion motion. And I think you indicated that you prefer to do the Councillor Neal's motion first, I think.
Yeah.
3 and 8.1.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Dean. Procedural motion once again, don't want to keep everybody here, so item 8.1 and motion. Oh, now it's to just call it up, so item 7.3.
Yes, Mr Mayor, if you're calling upon me, I move the motion number 7.3 standing in my name.
Second to Councillor Smith.
This is an issue that has caused some vexation to the Yamina community. The Yamina Beach Surf Club and the recreational area are adjacent to this toilet, but unfortunately the toilet is some 52 years old and has not held up very well during that period. It is worth noting that the toilet at the Fisherman's Wharf is in fact older than this one, but obviously it was made of sterner stuff because it's standing up much better than this is. The main issue is that the standard of toilet that exists there is not adequate. There's only a toilet, there's no change room, there is no showers in there, and it's not suitable for the general community, but in fact it's particularly not suitable for members of the community who have a disability. And there's a particular group called the disabled surfers who do frequently use those facilities. And as I'm advised by Ray, who spoke here earlier, not only do they have to put themselves forward in situations where they have to either put up a tent or they have to put towels on the floor and really change in really inappropriate and undignified manners. So it's really important that this reconstruction of the toilet commence. You may notice that I have not required or requested the allocation of funds at this stage, but this is the first stage towards the planning of this facility to take place next financial year, and that we can then see to the allocation of funds at the next opportunity, with potentially the reallocation of some of the funds that are created through the surplus. So I think the Yamina community group who have attended here today and put forward the views of their community so strongly, as well as the disabled surfers, and I highly recommend the support of this motion to the councillors, because it is an important issue and an issue of equity for the people of the Central Coast generally and in Yamina in particular.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to speak in support of this motion, and I do understand that Council has just been through a whole process around the public toilet strategy. I'd have to say I wasn't fully aware of the work that the surfer group that Ray does with her group down in that area, and I think that does justify a fresh look at this particular location and this particular toilet facility. As indicated, I will just ask through you, Mr Mayor, just the current status of that aspect of accessibility tourism. I did understand that Council had an interest in a focus on that, so I'm just through you to the Director, just understand where we're up to with that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. There is a document that is the Accessible Inclusive Experience brochure, and that identifies the attributes of the locations of certain beaches, like disabled parking, if there is accessible toilets and the like. So there is some information, but it's separate to the strategy.
Okay, and do we know if, sorry, not trying to put staff on the spot, but do we know if this area down on the peninsula has been identified as a focus or an area of interest for accessible tourism?
I'd have to take any further
Okay.
detail.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I will just comment that I do think this is an ideal location for that aspect as well, with the peninsula being such a flat area. It has great potential in terms of its tourism and the facilities that could be provided down there. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Eaton?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, again to the Director. The motion calls for a design and it's a bit unclear, I suppose, whether that's meant to be done by the end of the year or not. Do we have a design? And if not, what's involved in preparing a design?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Eaton, the public toilet strategy identifies a number of different standards, and for this particular location it's a Type C, which has I think around 4 facilities and a disabled component, disabled access component. In the design we'd certainly be putting that type of design out to the community to get some feedback if we had to make some minor alterations.
Okay, thank you.
No other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So the next item brought forward is item 8.1, rescission motion, coastal erosion motion. Councillor Eaton?
Yes, I'll move the rescission motion, and just to explain, mainly for I think the gallery, this is a two-step process. So if the rescission motion, and in fact there's nothing to rescind, but that's the technical name for it, passes, then there's a motion arising which is further down in the business paper that I intend to move. Given this matter has been discussed at length at the last meeting, I don't propose to spend a lot of time debating it. And I know there was the required second and thirder for the rescission motion.
Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Brilliant. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Councillor Welsh.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I also will put on notice of a foreshadowed motion, wanting to speak, and prior to that, wanting to speak against the rescission motion and also the suggested motion, depending on the rescission vote. Some of it, really for those of us in the chamber and in the public gallery and the community more generally, we might be forgiven for feeling like we're in a bit of a Groundhog Day movie regarding this matter. That the rescission motion does not address the need for this council to work with the state government under the Coastal Management Act, Coastal Management Program, and do I put our, yes, okay. So we can see there the foreshadow motion coming up, which addresses the points that I suggest could be successful at moving ultimately what I think Councillor Eaton hopes to have happen in a lawful way, and also in a way that addresses that the Reconstruction Authority Act and Section 68 in particular cannot support permanent works on Wamberal Beach, and so that is not a framework or a pathway that can be utilised. So yes, thank you. Okay, it's all there. And down to point 9, which does actually ask council to commit to working with the state government on a long-term solution regarding the risk of erosion at Wamberal Beach. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Can you put your buzzer off? Thanks. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I feel that the present Deputy Mayor continues to waste the time of this chamber in relation to this matter. This motion has previously rejected, and it's been rejected for one particular reason, in that in attempting to present to the community that some action is being taken by himself and other members of his coalition, he continues to ignore the fact that there can be no permanent works undertaken under the Reconstruction Act. We know that's the case. We know that the only possible avenue for a permanent solution to this issue is the CMP, which the council is presently working on, and working on clearly in conjunction and with the assistance and cooperation of the New South Wales Government and the particular minister, the Minister for the Environment, to continue to persist with this view that a permanent solution can come from the Reconstruction Act is to deny reality and to attempt to hoodwink the community. This motion does not effectively provide any solution, and it pits parts of the community against each other in an extremely negative way, which is not positive for anybody. The sole purpose of this motion from Councillor Eaton is to try and point the finger at the state government and pretend that they are an impediment to a solution, when in fact they are working presently with the council, as advised by the CEO, to reach a permanent solution. So please, Councillor Eaton, stop this game playing and let's get on with the CMP and actually reach a permanent solution.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move a procedural motion that the foreshadowed motion be put.
You have to deal with the substantive motion first.
That's all right. If that's your ruling, that's fine.
So, all those in favour?
Right a reply, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to address this, Furphy, about you can't do permanent works under Section 68. If you read the Act, you'd know you could, and if you did your history, you'd know that they built a school and a hospital in the Northern Rivers, and I think they're permanent works.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. All right, all those in favour of Councillor...
Speak, sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm just checking, are we currently voting on the actual rescission as opposed to any other motion? Is that what we're doing?
The rescission first.
The rescission
and
first?
Then
yes.
Councillor Eaton's
okay, so
motion.
we're voting on the rescission?
Yep.
Thank you.
So voting on the rescission first, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. That's 7-0, and I'll use my casting vote to support the rescission. So the rescission's carried. Now on Councillor Eaton, you want to speak, Councillor Eaton, to your motion?
I think I'll just move it. I need a seconder, of course, and I'll reserve my right to close the debate.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor? Councillor Eaton, could you put your buzzer on?
Oh, sorry.
There's an error with the record of the vote to rescind. My name is listed with those four and I was against.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's...
Speak against.
Councillor Mullen was the seconder. Councillor Lamont, would you want to speak?
Yeah, I would like to speak to the motion. I can't believe we're back here again, but we recently had a briefing on the importance of the Coastal Management Program, the Coastal Management Act, the RHCEP, and these planning pathways exist for a reason. They are essential safeguards. They're not optional. They certainly cannot be bypassed by shortcuts that is being attempted with this repeated Section 68 motion. I also want to highlight a fundamental flaw with this motion. Its reliances on the existing engineering design requirements. The draft coastal management program makes it clear that the EDRs are outdated and too narrow, and they must be reviewed. The CMP warns that the EDRs need to be flexible enough to allow alternate designs to be assessed properly, not limited to one outdated concept, which it currently is. If the EDR was so good, there would be no issues in the panel approving the WPA seawalls DAs, right? So why does this motion lock council into relying on a flawed, inappropriate framework that our own CMP has already identified as needing an overhaul? That is straight out negligent. It's not even good faith decision making. And I think most of us here know what that means. So in other words, the EDR won't be a get out of jail free card. Only last month, 20th of August, Councillor Stan and Eden sat on a regional panel assessing another seawall DA application. That DA was refused. During that process, Councillor Eaton himself asked questions about how the lagoons at either end of the beach could be affected by the proposed seawall. The panel had to school Councillor Eaton on the ecological complexity of the system at Wombrel, how development in one part of the beach can have consequences across the whole coastal environment. That experience should have been instructive to both Councillor Eaton and Councillor Stanton. It showed clearly that only the proper planning pathway with rigorous expert assessment can capture these impacts. I would hope that both Councillor Eaton and Stanton, given the privilege of sitting with prominent independent coastal experts, have now taken away a deeper understanding of why thorough assessment matters and why this notice of motion is outright negligent madness. And I can only imagine what those experts would be thinking about this motion before us tonight. Let us not forget some of us here have legal backgrounds, and for the rest of us, this motion, if passed, would expose Central Coast ratepayers to open-ended liability. That's not speculation, that's a certainty. The motion leans heavily on engineers to deliver a design, but engineers can design anything. That does not mean it will produce the best long-term outcome for the coast or the community. That's why any DA requires assessment against acts, rules and legislation. Without these checks, we risk designing ourselves into a disaster, another disaster. And councillors, let's be honest about the politics with this done. The state government will say no to this approval. So why is the Liberal Alliance pushing so hard right now? We've seen some of the shameful tactics being resorted to in the New South Wales Parliament recently. We know why you want Wombrel issue off the table, but we all know what stunts like this will make the problem worse. What this motion is doing is making council look foolish, and people will remember at the next ballot box. Councillors, we have established pathways. We have a coastal management program. We have a coastal management act. We have to respect that. We cannot afford shortcuts. For the sake of good governance and community trust, this motion should be opposed.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Walsh. Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. I thought the last time this motion came to council, or this matter came to council, there was mention of the regional planning panel, and I did ask a question of the CEO at the time about whether councillor representatives on the regional panel had been involved with any considerations about Wombrel Wall DAs. I thought the advice I got was that was not correct, that they had not. Councillor Mont just suggested that councillor reps on the regional planning had been involved in considering DAs. Do we know what is correct regarding that? Could I ask a question through you to this acting CEO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when we were confirming last week, we were talking about the three main seawall DAs. So I don't believe they're involved in those, but there are other minor DAs along that area at Wombrel, and it'd be up to the councillors to consider whether they have any conflicts or not as part of that panel process. But I believe there are other DAs that may have been the councillors were involved in.
All right. So as far as I'm aware, there are only two councillors that have sat in decision making on that panel. Do we know if that's correct, or are there? Because I know that there are 4 councillors, 2 of them alternates and 2 of them actually on the panel. Do we have any information regarding that?
Through Mr Mayor, no, I'd have to take that on notice, councillor, for the regional planning panel. We don't run the panel, but we can check that on the website.
All right. So thank you, Mr Mayor. So I appreciate the clarification that councillors have sat in decision-making capacity on DA Wombrel's walls, and I presume have received an allowance for that role. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to ask Councillor Eaton why he views his motion as something that is appropriate given the information that we've received even as recently as some days ago in terms of workshop information and previous information that we've received in workshops regarding the CMP and including so recently being advised that it's even possible that the CMP, which has been on exhibition, could even possibly go on exhibition again, and that, you know, we are well advised that the Section 68, which he seems quite almost obsessed with trying to use in a way that we have been advised is not appropriate. How he views this as being even vaguely helpful to having our CMP ultimately certified when we know it won't be if it doesn't include appropriate measures.
Councillor Eaton, I would say you're speaking against the motion, and I think that's what Councillor Eaton's just going to say.
I think I got lost in terms of the question, but I can say, if it would assist, that the staff in fact drafted the motion, but certainly on my request. So the detail of the motion was there, and I think the question, as I understand it, is about the CMP. And my understanding, and I did have some discussions last week with the director, is that the CMP is most unlikely to be adopted before the middle of next year. And in the meantime, we might have houses on the beach.
Councillor Walsh.
Oh, I was just going to jump in a bit earlier and say, you know, if it was confusing for Councillor Eaton, what I was clearly asking is how is this motion helpful to our ongoing development of our CMP, which we of course hope to be certified, and given these sorts of measures will highly likely not be.
Thank you. No further questions. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. It's 7-all, and I'll use my casting vote to support the motion. So the motion's carried. Thank you. Councillor McGregor, just checking earlier, you started the 1.4. Did you want to discuss 1.4? We just... No, we can do that now because we passed it by mistake. Would you like to... Was it just a question you had? Okay, let's see if we've got time. Okay.
Mr Mayor, can I just mention, shouldn't that recommendation actually refer to the item that we're going into confidential for? No, but it says for the that the following matters be dealt with in closed session, and it doesn't say what those matters are. I realise that it's at the end, but the recommendation needs to say it. Otherwise, it's a recommendation that says nothing.
Yeah, I'll ask the Civic Support team to update that, please.
Next item on agenda. Yeah, 4.1. Next item on agenda, monthly investment report, 4.1. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to move the monthly investment report for August 2025.
Seconder. Councillor McGregor. Any discussion? Sorry. It starts with MC, so McNamara. I see better with them all. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favour? All those in favour? At the end? No. Councillor Curley. Councillor Lamont, did you have your hand up? No? Yeah.
That's it.
Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, agenda 4.2. Monthly finance report, August 2025. Councillor Wright, move.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Much like the investment report, happy to move it, but no further comments at this time.
Thank you. Councillor McNamara, second. Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, 5.1, Environment and Planning Committee minutes and recommendations.
There's a block motion which excludes the Mountain Road precinct that Councillor Walsh wanted dealt with separately. That was the only request I had. I'm sorry, councillors, that I didn't get that out earlier. There was a bit of a IT sort of failure in getting it out, but that's the only difference. The rest is all as per the committee.
Right. Councillor Walsh, did you have some questions? All right. We'll vote on the first part and we'll wait for the Mountain Road part. We've got a seconder, Councillor McNamara. All those in favour of the first part? Second part, we'll come back to the other one. Councillor Mont, unanimous, thank you.
I'll move the committee recommendation in relation to Mountain Road, so it goes on the agenda, and then I hand over to Councillor Walsh.
You got it now, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to, really in a nutshell, I would like to see a workshop for councillors on the Mountain Road project, a precinct. It was discussed at the Environment and Planning Standing Committee. It's very detailed, involves a lot of information, and even after reading, the papers associated with this section, I was still left with a sense that in terms of the community being best informed, but just even for me to be better informed, I'd like to suggest that we take this and ask staff to organise a workshop just as soon as possible to provide, and so basically defer to bring it back after a workshop. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I can't see you, Doug. Sorry. Yeah. So no, would be a workshop for all councillors, not just the Environment and Planning Committee members.
Councillor Eaton, you fine with that?
So well, I would have a lot more confidence in voting on this after a workshop if we can defer it. 1 month, just next meeting.
Councillor Walsh, can you put your
Oh,
buzzer?
no, we might not be able to have the workshop by then.
Until after the workshop.
Until after the workshop, that makes sense. Through you, Mr Mayor, can I ask staff a potential time frame for organising a workshop on this project?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we could organise a workshop quickly, Councillor. I'd also just want to say that the way to read the resolution is it sets out a sort of a menu of different pieces of work that we're going to start working through. Those pieces of work will then come back to council as drafts, and then actually a number of them will go on exhibition and things like that. So this will be work that we'll be doing over the next 6 months, and there'll be a lot of other briefings for workshops for councils as we work through those. But we could do a briefing quickly if that was necessary.
Thank you, Director Nichols. I would appreciate that. I appreciate what you're saying about the information down the road that will come to us. This involves a lot, and I would appreciate Councillor Eaton considering that. We defer and make a decision after we've had a workshop.
You accept that?
Come on.
Councillor Eaton? Councillor Walsh, could you put your buzzer off, please?
Sorry,
Yeah, just a comment. We're about to have a new code of meeting practice that's going to ban briefings, so we need to keep that in mind. So we do have a briefing that's going to have to come up pretty quickly. Maybe I misread it, but I don't think we're taking a lot of action at this stage. It's more about going through the planning process. So do we want to actually hold up that process as we go through the planning process, just so that we understand what the options are moving forward before we have the workshop? So
I'm happy, Mr Mayor, not to defer it, but to add to my motion that a workshop be held, for all council be held as soon as practicable. So not to defer it for a workshop, but to have a workshop while some of the early work is going on. It has gone through the committee, remember?
Councillor Walsh, are you okay? Councillor McGregor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Questions. So there's 8 clauses in front of us. The 8 clauses there, what's the total cost to council of implementing this resolution?
Through Mayor, we have to take that on notice, Councillor.
So we don't actually even know how much it's going to cost. Have we identified the funding sources to implement this resolution?
Through Mr Mayor, the resources are in our strategic planning team, and they're working at it within their current resources for the program for this year.
Is there anything that will be delayed because of this the project in the resolution at Mountain Road?
No.
So this will have no impact on any existing or projects that are currently being worked on whatsoever?
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, what we're working through is there's a number of precincts that have had planning work completed, but then not finalised, that have allowed development to occur in a number of these sort of greenfield precincts. So we're proceeding with this work to to complete the work for areas that have been rezoned, but that the precinct planning work hasn't been completed. So it's been on our program to look through these precincts.
So what exactly initiated this? I hear what you're saying, that there's some work that's been going on and that it's all in the strategic planning team and everything, but what generated this report to the, or briefing, whatever you want to call it, to the EP&C, and then this resolution that's in front of us here?
Mr. Mayor, what we've got is we've got a series of precincts that have been rezoned, but a lot of the precinct work like DCPs and contribution plans and other matters weren't completed. And this is one of the precincts we've identified. There's a lot of development applications in this area, a lot of interest in proceeding with development, but a lot of it's blocked because we haven't resolved a number of issues. So it's been coming up through the development assessment process.
So the rezoning of this particular site, was that under administration, or when did that occur?
Mr. Mayor, it's part of the WES area, so it's one of the parts of the Warnervale economic zone. So it's a part of a bigger precinct that council's been working on for a while.
Yeah, but the rezoning of this Mountain Road precinct specifically, when did that occur?
Mr. Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice, but it was a while ago that the rezoning occurred, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Look, I appreciate your trying to answer these questions, and if these committees were and briefings and things were open to all councillors, we might avoid having so many questions in council meetings. That might make things quicker. But I would really appreciate the ones that you've taken on notice. If you could try and get that information through to all councillors at an appropriate time, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonny. Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Eaton, are you fine with what you put on the...
Yes,
yep.
I'm happy with that.
I'll leave in Councillor Eaton's in. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All those in favour? Sorry. Councillor Eaton, could you put your buzzer?
Sorry, my apologies. I meant to ask a question also. I noticed that there was reference to a developer workshop in there a couple of times in the resolution. What is your experience with doing those at other councils or with other state government agencies? Is this something that happens all the time? Is this a new project we're working on? I'm just curious about how that would work with the developers involved in the workshop.
Through Mr. Mayor, the workshops, I think there's, just look at the resolution, there's one with Transport for New South Wales and about the intersections. So what we're doing in that instance is there's been a lot of discussions with Transport by individual landholders to try and resolve a number of the intersection upgrades, but really the whole precinct would need to contribute towards those upgrades. So we're just sort of facilitating a group discussion with Transport. So to work out how a number of landholders could all contribute to the intersection upgrades. There's, I think number 3 there is with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Water. There's a current, about to go on exhibition, a strategic conservation plan for the Central Coast that's been done by the state government. That'll go on exhibition and will identify areas where the state will certify development to occur, sort of footprints of areas that it will certify that it's appropriate from a biodiversity point of view. And after we've seen that and how it affects the precinct, we're also going to set up a workshop with the landholders and the Environment Department to work through any other issues about biodiversity in that precinct. So they're just those two. They're just very specific about issues that affect a series of landholders in that area.
And is there going to be anyone from an assessment team there or any planning staff that would be interacting with the developers or applicants there?
Council will be run by our strategic planning team, so the planning staff who do the more rezonings and precinct work. But yeah, that's the main staff that will be organising this.
All right, thanks very much.
Councillor Eaton, you're fine with everything? Yep. Councillor Walsh, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor Smith. Carried. Thank you. Next item on agenda is item 5.2, Community and Culture Committee Minutes and Recommendations, September 2025. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would like to move that Council receives and notes the minutes of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held on the 9th of September 2025. So I'll move that first. If I have a seconder.
Councillor Eaton.
Just the minutes. Yeah, no, I'm going there. It's all good. And secondly, so we've had a mover and seconder, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Councillor Eaton, second.
And secondly, that we adopt the recommendations of the Community and Culture Committee in the below resolutions, which are on your screen there, with the exception of the items 2325 and also 2525. There is an amendment that will be put forward in regards to 2325. Okay. I need a seconder for that. Yep.
Yeah, Councillor Eaton, seconded.
Yep. Okay. Well, we need, yeah, are we voting? What are we doing? Okay, so I think Councillor Lamont has an amendment she wishes to put forward, so I might hand over here to Councillor Lamont.
Thanks, Councillor Castle. It's just in respect to, I think, the expressions of interest report.
Councillor Lamont,
Yep.
can you just bear with us for a second here?
Yep.
Councillor Eaton, what did you say there?
We've got to deal with the block motion first before we can deal with the items that we've pulled out.
Yeah.
So that just needs to be put.
Excuse us, Councillor Lamont, we'll come back to you.
Mr. Mayor, I would ask a question.
Yeah, Councillor Wright.
On the block motion, just in regards to the memorial policy, question to Director Smith, the memorial policy, does that include those new memorial trees?
Yes, it does.
Because my question there is just particularly around community consultation. As you know, we've got the issue at Avoca Beach at the moment where council is looking to move the memorial tree. Do you have any updates on that?
I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All those in favour of the first, for the block, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Councillor Lamont?
Yep.
Sorry.
Whether we have the amendments up on the screen, I believe Councillor Smith actually wanted to add to that, but I just wanted to actually remove the last point in the amendments, which Council provide a clear framework. If we can actually remove that, and if Councillor Smith would like to add her amendment to the amendments.
I did literally just email it through to the staff, so they might not have received it. I can read it out if that is easier, just to the civic support staff. Did you want me to read it out, or would that be easier? You got it? Thank you. I'll just read it out while it's being typed up. It's just requesting the CEO to provide a report to the next Community and Culture Committee on what active support, if any, council staff provide to community groups in terms of capacity building, community sustainability and/or emergency preparedness. And after you speak, Councillor Lamont, I'll just speak to that bit. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Smith. I think the expressions of interest was great, but I think what we've ended up with is a bit of a database. And I think this is a perfect opportunity, going back to the April notice of motion, where we basically decided to have the expression of interest, was talking about a precinct. And that's what the amendments are actually introducing. And I think it'd be a great way to actually bring underrepresented communities to the table at council, give some power back to some of these communities, get them, generate some equity between the wards. So I'm asking that council puts out, makes inquiries to find out whether some of these underrepresented wards actually would like to establish precincts, and for council to actually trial them for a period of 12 months. And that's basically it. But the other amendments are, so we can actually see how this engagement process that we've established with the reports is actually going to work, how we're going to measure it. So they're the amendments. If everyone wants to have a read of them, they're up on the screen.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll
Councillor
move an amendment being the original committee recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor McNamara.
I'll just speak briefly, Mr. Mayor, and that is the precinct committees were something that Ted Mack introduced in about the 1980s and went out of fashion probably in about 2005, 2010. They're anachronistic. They don't represent the community anymore. And you can see the level of engagement we actually get in our current exhibition, where you're lucky to get 2 men and a dog read a document. You've got to go to a much more modern form of engagement than precinct committees, which unfortunately are, to the extent that they exist, represent a very small minority of the community.
Councillor Smith. Oh, sorry, I never saw it. Councillor Milland.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask Councillor Smith if she'd be happy to move her final amendment separately.
Sorry, I would be happy if that part that I added does get included. I'd appreciate that. But I will speak against Councillor Eaton's amendment as well, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think Councillor Lamont's motion talks about precinct-based committees. And I think that's in a geographical sense, not in a prescriptive sense of the old precinct committees. And I think what the analysis from the work that staff did in those expressions of interest really showed how strong community groups were in Gosford West Ward and Gosford East Ward, and then significantly less in the northern end of the Central Coast. Now, that could be for a number of reasons, and I could speculate, but it probably wouldn't do me any favours, so I won't. But what I will say is that those are areas where there's a lot of new families, a lot of new development, a lot of new community people, and I think there would be great benefit to council supporting more strongly the formation of precinct-based, not necessarily precinct committees, but precinct-based committees being established in that area to add to the community culture there and the values that people can bring to those neighbourhoods. So I would endorse Councillor Lamont's motion and speak against the amendment. And certainly in my part, my last part, which was about asking for information about what council is already doing in supporting groups, I know that they are doing some things. So it's not a suggestion that council is doing nothing. I do know that council does actively engage with groups in a number of ways. I guess I'd like to be clearer. But one of my concerns is that I don't think we are doing enough in community preparedness for different events, different disasters or whatever. And I know some groups are already doing things like Killcare Wagstaff, who have their own systems in place. And for many years, I keep referring to the work that Lake Macquarie did in driving a community-led initiative to look at adaptation. So I'd just like to get a bit of information about all of that at this point and see if there are opportunities for council to do a bit more.
Thank you. Just putting Councillor Eaton's amendment. Councillor Smith?
No, happy to vote.
Oh yeah, sorry. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullin, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I'll use my casting vote to support the amendment, which now becomes the...
Mr Mayor, I'll move a further amendment which just adds my clause to Councillor Eaton's. If he's willing to accept that, that'd be great. Yes, if I can just ask, there it is, somewhere there. Request the CEO to provide a report to the next Community and Culture Committee on what active support, blah, blah, blah.
Accept that.
You'll accept that, Councillor Eaton? Yep. Yep. So now, with that in place and Councillor Eaton's amendments became the motion, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullin, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. The motion of Councillor Eaton's carried. Next item, agenda, water and sewer IPART pricing submission.
No. Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry, jumped ahead, sorry, Councillor
That's okay,
Castles.
no problem. Mr Mayor, we also had item 2525 pulled out of the block motion, which I managed to confuse myself over, but 2525, and I believe that, which relates to the MOU, Central Coast Football, Central Coast Council, and I believe that Councillor McGregor wants to have a few words about that, and possibly also Councillor Crowley. Thank you.
Put your buzzer off, Councillor Castles. Councillor McGregor.
I'm going to be speaking against this. I'm not going to move the motion. So when that's said on the screen, I was moving it. I'm not moving it. Someone else will have to do that.
Seconded by Councillor McNamara.
Thank you.
Yep.
I rise to speak against this and to oppose item 2525 from the Community and Culture Committee. It's been brought to my attention from the Central Coast Sports Council that the rough costs of playing football, or soccer as we call it in Australia, unfortunately it's football, you're looking at about $450, nearly $500 for an adult for most players, and $350 for kids. That's inclusive. So we'll be looking to add an extra $10 onto that as part of this agreement. In seeking information about the history of this at the committee, wasn't available on the night, and through other people involved in sport and my own research, I found that this actually goes back to the time of administration. It was brought in around the time of the 2021 service reductions, brought in by the administrator, Rick Hart. And if we look at some of the highlights of his achievements when he was in this council, and we look at what happens with sports fields, parks and playgrounds, there was maintenance reductions during the peak season, so that the mowing is only occurring 8 times over the 6 months when the grass is growing, and it's occurring 4 times when it's not. The street tree program was ended, of particular interest to councillors Neil and Smith, who were very happy about that pilot program happening down on the peninsula. Well, that was budgeted 7 years ago. It got cancelled by the administrator, and that was part of these 2021 cost-cutting moves. There was a 33% reduction in litter collection across the LGA. The actual maintenance on the facilities was reduced, the reduction in the new facilities and the upgrades of them. The real killer, the real sting in the tail though, was previously this council had offered a 50% reduction in the fees and charges for junior sport. And the fees and charges around the lighting and the use of the facilities was much more appropriate. That was removed and destroyed by the administrator. That's his legacy, forcing more kids out of sport, and this is part of that. So what you're actually seeing is that, as we always do under the neoliberal model, whether it's for a council or state or federal government, you're actually paying more as an individual and you're receiving less of a service. And that is the ideology that imbibes this entire organisation, and that's the change of direction that you've had away from community to just profiting and treating them like a cash cow. I don't understand how people can vote for this in all good conscience, seeing all that we have lost and all that was maintained for many years before this, particularly when you consider that it is not unusual for councils not to even pay anything for community to pay for using council sporting fields. Fair amount of the councils in Sydney and the regional councils don't even charge the clubs for it. So if you look at what's happened in the past and the direction that this is going, again, people are being forced to pay more for something. And it also raises questions around consultation with the summer codes and the other winter codes. I understand that football is the most popular sport in the world. I'm quite happy to watch the game, used to play at school. I love the game. I love the people who play it, and that's the point, because we're in this chamber to represent the community and the amateur players. We're not in here to represent FFA. We're not in here to represent Central Coast Football. The national body for Football Australia takes around $100 from every single kid's fees. So $100 out of that $350 is going straight up to the national level and does nothing for the under-7s, does nothing for the under-10s. It's looking at the elite program. And that's the wrong focus we should be having. At a council level, we should be focusing on the grassroots. At that FFA level, of course, they should be focusing on the elite. Now, the other issue with this is around probity. As people would know, the leader of the organisation ran with Team Central Coast in the election. We have 3 Team Central Coast councillors here. We don't know if this is part of their election commitments. We don't know how that relationship influences this.
Yeah, I accept the point of order. So just speaking on behalf of myself, I'd never even saw this before the business papers or knew anything about it. I wasn't at the committee meeting, so just getting that clear, and I'm sure my other 2 teams, Central Coast people, will back that up.
Look, I appreciate the clarification, and you will note that the words that I used was "we do not know," so that if it impugns that I do not know, I do know now that you've not discussed this, and I appreciate your honesty. But there is a question mark when there are organisations applying for grants, or when there are people who have close connections to other people, whether it be politically, personally or professionally. There is an expectation that people step out of the chamber and that they act appropriately with this. Now, when the question was asked at the committee, how does this fit in, how does that relationship taken into account around probity and things like that, the answer was basically we didn't look at the probity of this arrangement. Okay, so I appreciate the Mayor's comments on that, and Councillor Merlin's as well, and it's nice to hear that clarification, but there is some uncertainty around this. So whilst I do recognise I'm not really going to make a whole lot of friends with this speech, I did want to put some of those points on the record. And councillors, I would encourage you to actually think beyond this particular arrangement, but let's have a look at some of these fees and charges for sporting and community groups, what other councils are doing, what's been done in the past, what works and what doesn't work, what's the model, what's the actual theoretical understanding of it, what's the underpinning
Councillor
of it, the
McGregor.
values, what's driving it, and can we do things better? I believe we can.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Daniels.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make note that I am a part of this committee, and during this committee I did put in a conflict of interest. I didn't realise we were going to be speaking to this point tonight, which is why I didn't raise it again, but I have declared a conflict for this.
Councillor Moreland.
Mr Mayor, can I also get clarification? I know I wasn't at this committee meeting. I'm just looking at who voted for this recommendation. I believe it was 3 of the councillors' counterparts. Mr Mayor, were you there at this meeting, this subcommittee meeting?
No.
No. Could I also get clarification that this agreement has gone back to administration days and it's been rolling on year by year? Is that correct?
Say that again.
It is.
The initial agreement started in 2021. You can find it on the internet.
I suppose the point is that none of us was on council back then, so...
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Councillor Moreland, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Lamont, and Councillor Smith's abstaining. Thank you. So the motion is... No, Councillor Smith abstained. Oh, still a no, sorry. Yeah. And my casting vote, so it's carried. Next item on agenda, 6.1, Water and Sewer IPART Pricing Submission 2026-2031 and attestation for endorsement. Do you have a mover? Councillor Eaton. Seconder. Councillor Moreland.
I think it's a very important item, Mr Mayor, and it deserves some speaking to. First of all, I suppose it's important to say this is only the submission to IPART, and IPART is the authority that will actually make the determination on what our water and sewer prices are going to be for the next 4 years. And I note that there is some nearly $500 million worth of upgrade and new works over that period, which obviously then has to be paid for, and that's partly due obviously to the growth of the area and to provide better services to our residents. It is, I think, worth acknowledging that there is proposed to be an 8% roughly increase in water and sewer charges for next year, but after that it relatively flattens out and is relatively steady. There is also proposed to be a change in the way water is charged and paid for, and that the water usage charge will go up quite significantly. I think it's about 14% from 270 to 318 per 1,000 litres. Still pretty cheap, isn't it? $3 for 1,000 kilolitres. Sorry, 1,000 litres, one kilolitre. But as opposed to that, the service charge reduces from 366 to 222, so $140 odd, and similarly the sewerage usage charge goes up about from $1.12 to 90, from 92 cents to $1.12. Sorry, I got that round the other way around. The usage charge is actually decreased. But the net effect is that there is an increase, but of course people are able to mitigate that increase by being more water efficient. And in my view, that is a sensible way to go. I think it's direction that IPART will require us to go in any event. But if people use more water, unfortunately, they will pay more, but the incentive is there to use less. And I would commend the staff on an awful lot of work. I mean, there's thousands, I think, of pages of supporting material that are very comprehensive and I think lay out an excellent argument and base for this proposal to go to IPART.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Any other discussion? Councillor Castles?
Yes, I obviously appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this by the staff. I do, however, have some concerns, and that is the fact that we do know that the takeaway message will be for the community that regardless of all the intricacies of it, basically people will say the prices are going up. We can't get away from the fact that that is how it will be interpreted without a shadow of a doubt. I also would like to make mention of perhaps a comment that Councillor Eaton made, and even though I'm basically in agreement with Councillor Eaton in terms of this idea of water saving, you know, being more efficient and all that sort of thing within a home, what you often find is, of course, that some of the most vulnerable and poor people in our community are the very ones who simply cannot afford to put on particular bits of equipment, etc., that actually assist in actually the saving of water and not making it such an expense for themselves. Now, whether they're renting or whether they're not is beside the point, because they still actually end up having to pay. Now, I think this is an issue. I know we have some hardship policies, and I understand that, but I just feel we do need to be very clear how this will be seen by the community, and certainly I'm always very concerned not only how it will be seen, but how it will impact potentially on some of the most vulnerable people in our community when really and truly people have already got enough to cope with. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castle. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the staff. I did read somewhere today that I think Sydney Water got a 15% increase in price put through. My question is, how confident are we that we will actually get what we're asking for from IPART, particularly given the Sydney Water determination?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor McGregor. The answer is it's largely unknown. We participate in this process as Sydney and Hunter Water do with their submissions, and we've seen outcomes with their determinations that are different to what they asked for. I can only speak on the quality of our submission and the work that's been put into that, and you know, I'm quite confident in the level of customer engagement, the data, you know, the support that we have included in there for the capital works projects, which are really what's driving the increase. These are works that need to be done, but as Councillor Eaton mentioned, IPART will make the decision, and the next steps are quite an intense interrogation of our submission, and that will carry over the next few months. There will be a public hearing as well, so there'll be opportunity for the community to have their say, and at the end of the day, it's really an assessment of the robustness of our submission. And you know, there is a lot of information there that councillors have seen and been provided with, and I believe we've put our best foot forward, but I can't speak on behalf of the tribunal in terms of what decision they'll make.
That's a quality answer, Director. Follow-up question, if I may, and this is for the benefit of the councillors and the community. Now, you did mention that some of the capital works that are on the horizon and the significance of that. As a director, could you provide some sort of high level to that? Because I think that's very key to understanding this submission. Whilst I do understand the comments that Councillor Castles has made around the cost and the way that that will be viewed in the community, what's driving that, which is what you mentioned earlier, is the significant capital works that are incoming. Can you please speak to that? so that people understand that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor McGregor, thank you. There are quite large capital work programs projects that are driving the cost, as I mentioned before, and with the breakdown of the price increase that Councillor Eaton mentioned, where it's largely the sewer charge that's going up, is reflected in the works that we're doing in the sewer space. So, Charmhaven Sewage Treatment Plant is currently under capacity. We're doing a significant upgrade of that plant to not only cater for future growth, but also to ensure our compliance with our environmental protection licence, so that we're producing a better quality effluent that's discharged to the ocean. We're also upgrading Gwandolin Sewage Treatment Plant, which again is being largely driven by growth in that northern area of the local government area. There's also upgrades to Batto Bay and some planning work for Toukley Sewage Treatment Plant as well. So, and that's on top of our normal BAU capital works, which we undertake in terms of renewing water mains, relining sewer mains, again, improving the level of service, which is in line with what the community values in terms of our water and sewer services, which is good quality water and good quality sewage treatment.
Thank you, Director. And final question, if I may. Obviously, some of us in this place have been through the 2019 determination and then suffered the consequences of that. What's the contingency if we don't get what we ask for with this determination?
Well, essentially, if we don't get what we ask for, we'll have to revisit those plans, particularly in that capital works space. There's a range of projects that we'll either have to turn off or wind back. But at the end of the day, we've got a 24/7 business to run in terms of providing what is an essential service to our customers, and that obviously will have to continue. It'll be those those other projects that we essentially have to do from a legislative compliance point of view. So, when you look at it that way, it's really difficult to argue against what we're proposing here.
Thank you very much, Director.
Councillor Crowley.
Through you to Director Lodia. I just want to ask you, please, if we don't get what we want, is there any way that you can go back to IPART and tell them you're not satisfied and have another look at it, or is that the end of the story once they deliver their...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Crowley, there's no recourse through that process. We've seen in the past, as Councillor McGregor mentioned, that this can go wrong, and it has gone wrong in the past, and there was no real recourse for us then, and I don't expect that to be the case this time either.
Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The whole process of application to IPART is a long one, not only for this council, but also for the community at large. It originally commenced in the 1970s with the election of the Rand government and concern that councils were overcharging the community. There then was a progression on to IPART, which is an independent body which assesses the financial needs of the council in providing services such as water, and also the capital works required to sustain that provision of services. It is an incredibly complex process, and I have to congratulate the Director and the staff who worked so hard and clearly produced a quality submission, and a submission that I think the community can be proud of. We don't want to pay for services, but we do have to, or we don't turn on the tap and find that we have water flowing out. And if we don't carry out the capital works that are required, we have the situation like we had last year, where we had sewage leaking out and problems that the community were not happy and satisfied with. We do understand that it is not the optimum that we're required to pay for these services, but it's required. And I really feel that we are putting forward the best information that we can to ensure that the community does understand why these submissions are being made. One thing that I think is also very important is that in determining the strategy that's set out in the submission, that we have had strong regard to the views of the community who said that they wanted the opportunity to craft the amount of funds that they were having to pay by increasing the cost of the usage of water and decreasing the access charge. That means that people who are pensioners can be thrifty. They don't need any complex material or machinery. They just have to be careful about making sure they turn off the tap, that they have short showers, that they don't necessarily use water for things like washing cars. And I think that it's important that when we prepare our submission, we do take into account the views of the community, and I think we have. So it's a difficult decision to make, but the submission and the information that we have provided relates entirely to the requirements of the IPART process, and I think that it's been done very well. So again, I congratulate the staff, and I think that I feel that we have listened to the community in the way that IPART submission has been crafted.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question through you, and again, like other councillors, I appreciate the significant work that has gone into this and the detailed information that was provided. Can I just ask, and it might be in there somewhere, and I'm sorry if I've missed it, but it now goes to IPART, and IPART goes through their process, including public hearings and the like. Does council have a role in continuing community engagement while that process is happening, or do we take a hands-off approach during that time?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Smith, no. So once we've prepared the submission, it now goes to IPART, and they'll run that community consultation from here on. We do participate in the public hearing, but in terms of further engagement, there's no real utility for us to do that because there's no way for us to feed that in. So it's really run by IPART from now.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. And look, I'm satisfied with that. I guess the reason I asked the question is on the weekend I was talking to people from the peninsula, and they talked about the water out of their tap, sort of not being up to the standard they would like. And they mentioned the IPART submission, and I said, well, hopefully this is what you'll get from it. And I guess, it's difficult to pin that down, but maybe that can come later. Thank you.
No discussion. All those in...
Sorry, I did have a question.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
That's okay. I know it's hard because I'm not there. I just have a couple of questions, and I want to thank Director Loader for giving us the opportunity to actually talk to him before the meeting. But these are questions that come up from community members, so I thought I'd pass them on. And just today, otherwise I would have come asked earlier. In regards to the reports, it says that we've completed a standard report. And I just wonder if there's any difference with different levels of submissions, that we're putting through.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lamont, yes, that is correct. There are three levels of submission: a standard, a leading and advanced. We did, I guess, expand on these during one of the workshops on this subject, but essentially a standard submission is still a high-level submission. It's quite a complex area, and without going into detail, there's no real purpose or need for us to lodge anything beyond that, and it probably is a balance between the amount of staff resources that we apply to this process. We could spend more money on providing a higher level submission, but essentially what that does is potentially provide more revenue for council from our customers, which we're not after. So there was no purpose in seeking a higher standard of submission.
And just another question regarding the reserves. Was Was it ever considered to maybe take more out of the reserves rather than, I guess, have a phased increase rather than the 8% upfront?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lamont, we looked at how much of the water and sewer fund reserves was appropriate for us to use. Obviously, we're very conscious of keeping downward pressure on the bills, and the amount that we're proposing, which is around $75 million, was the most that we could, I guess, justify. We do need that money for other purposes as well. So, whilst we're very conscious of keeping this as affordable as we can, again, that's one of our customer values, that was the extent that we could push that. And I think 75 million of that is a significant contribution.
Just last question, what's the actual balance of the reserves?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lamont, there's around $206 million in the combined water and sewer fund. That was in the investment report that Council considered earlier tonight, so that figure was there.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay, all those in favour? Councillor McKellar, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. The motion is carried. Item 6.2, unaudited Central Coast Council financial statements 2024-25 for referral to audit. Councillor Milland.
Happy to move the staff recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor McQuaid. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll ask a question of the mover and seconder to seek an addendum to add an additional point 5 to seek a further audit by an independent party. Well, I think you'll find, if you look into the history of this organisation and read about the public inquiry and its findings, that there may or may not be a reason for doing this, Councillor Wright. Of course, it is up to the mover and seconder as to whether they're going to do that. I'm not asking to have, $500,000 for committees and $275,000 for GIPPers and $10 million more for roads. I'm just seeking a further audit by an independent party as an addendum. If that is acceptable to the mover and seconder, in the event that it isn't, I'll move it as an amendment or addendum.
Councillor.
Well,
Right.
I'm actually speaking in favour of the motion, Mr Mayor, and I think, I suppose first from a procedural matter, do you want to ask the mover and seconder if they'll agree to the addendum?
Councillor Milland.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just a question to the Director. Can you please let the Council know what audit process this goes through before this report comes to Council?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So the process commences in early April, where we commence the interim audit, which has now been completed, and the interim management letter provided to Council via the Governance and Finance Committee. The audit is undertaken under Section 422 of the Local Government Act, which actually requires that the Auditor General is the Council's auditor. And that is undertaken then through the New South Wales Audit Office. Probably something to be aware of is that any additional audit would take a large number of months. So this, like I said, this audit commenced in April, and the cost would be around $750,000 is what we pay for an audit. So there are things to consider in understanding the implications of a second audit. Further, given that the legislation states that the Auditor General be Council's auditor, it would be difficult to reconcile any difference in opinion that would come out of those audits, understanding that the process involves sampling of transactions and processes.
I appreciate councillors' concern about what may have happened previously. However, I won't be accepting the amendment. We've got a brand new council, we've got a brand new executive team. I think we need to put trust in our staff and process. I know there was concerns about the administrator by a number of councillors, but we've got to say we're in a lot better state now, what we've been in for a number of years, and a lot of us would say probably a decade. So I won't be accepting the amendment.
Councillor McQuaid.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I too won't be accepting it, and I'm satisfied that the appropriate barriers are in place to ensure these numbers are correct. Out of personal interest, through you, Mr Mayor, to your knowledge, what processes have been improved since the previous few years? Acting CEO.
Put your buzzer off. Cheers. Councillor McGregor.
Look, I'll move the addendum, point 5, that we seek a further audit from an independent party. You can do it subsequent to this if you want. Couldn't care less. And then I'll speak to why if you want.
Councillor McQuaid, did you have a question there? Sorry, I missed that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to ask the Acting CEO if, to her knowledge, if there is any, has there been any improvement in the auditing process since council and administration?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's actually a really difficult question to answer because obviously we don't undertake the audit, it's undertaken at arm's length by independent people, but I can assure you that the Audit Office continually evolves the way that they manage audits. As an example, and probably not relevant tonight, but a good example is that previously they would do an IT general controls audit and now they've included cybersecurity in that. So the way that the Audit Office audits items is continually evolving from a broader industry perspective, but also in relation to the specific council that they're auditing. So if there have been learnings from previous years, we would expect that they would have taken those on board. However, at a future meeting, once the Audit Office has undertaken its audit, they will actually come to council and present on the process of that audit, and that would be a suitable question to ask.
Just further on that, is this consistent with other councils in New South Wales, to your knowledge?
Yes, all councils are bound by Section 422 of the Local Government Act, and all councils have the Auditor General appointed as their auditor. The Auditor General may appoint the Audit Office or another firm or person employed in the public service to be the auditor for the purposes of the Act. However, the Auditor General always remains as the head auditor for every council.
My question as well to the Acting CEO, is it common for a council to seek an external audit for a matter like this, given this is an external audit?
I've not heard of it before. I can't speak to every council in every year, but it's not something that I've heard done before. I think something of value to add is our extensive internal audit program, which covers off on various components that lead into the audit. So for example, we may audit in each year processes related to accounts payable or payroll, and obviously all of those processes feed into the results of our external audit as well. So there are ongoing internal process improvements as well.
And do you have a rough sense, sorry, final question, what an external audit of this nature for our whole operational plan would cost?
I can indicate a general amount based on what the Audit Office charges us, and that's in the vicinity of $750,000.
Yeah, so I think we really need to be a bit cautious with this. We obviously as a council can spend money on a lot of things, and I do have, I can understand from Councillor McGregor's perspective being on the last council and going through that process with his fellow councillors, but, I have to say I do agree with what Councillor Moreland said, that, I do have faith in the team and the Office of Local Government, and I think, our budget result for last financial year showed that and what we were able to deliver for the coming financial year, over $1 billion in works and services to the community. I know that's something that we worked as councillors on for many months to, try and get the balance right between meeting our current needs and our future needs and, looking at ensuring that we're running a tight ship that's, delivering on services, as Councillor Neal put it before, while also managing all the other aspects of the organisation. So I wouldn't be seeking either to put forward $750,000 on top of what sounds like we're going to be charged as well, so it'd be up for about $1.5 million.
Councillor McGregor.
Mr Mayor, 3 times I've tried to move the amendment. If we can have the addendum 0.5 put in, please, and then I'll speak to it. Councillors, I understand a lot of you are new, but we went through a public inquiry where the Auditor General themselves said they got it wrong, and they actually went through that in depth at the public inquiry. Now, last time I was in this chamber, I had a lot of arguments with Councillor Best. I learnt a lot from Councillor Best. I actually learned from your side. I sat there, I listened to everything that they said, and when Councillor Best, prompted largely through his experience on the former Wyong Council, asked for other independent audits, we agreed to it. We went into the first budget of the last council, we had a $75 million surplus. You guys can't even get close to that. Ran another surplus budget, then there was a small deficit, and then after the 4th audit that we had, at the behest of the Liberal Party and the Conservative Independents, Dennis Banachevich from DMB Consulting found out that the water and sewer infrastructure was being funded through general revenue and taking money out of the drainage reserves. Didn't get picked up by KPMG, didn't get picked up by PwC, didn't get picked up by the Audit Office. They gave evidence at the public inquiry about how changes to the accounting standards and things like that had actually confused them and that they had been wrong previously. That's why I'm doing this. Now, if everyone's intention here is to save money, let's look at it this way. In 2017, this council had $378 million of legacy debt from former Wyong and former Gosford Council. That council, at the time in October 2020, had paid that down to $305 million debt. All this talk about the extra 1,000 staff and the $500 million worth of debt as a legacy debt. Then you've got the restricted funds, $178 million that the administrator determined needed to be repaid immediately, contrary to the advice of the State Solicitor General. Then the administrator goes out and takes out over $200 worth of commercial loans. That's how you get your $575 million. There is a misnomer, there has been a campaign of public disinformation and just horrible things said and done to people who have no reason to be subject to that because they followed the process, they listened to the Liberal Party, they went out there and got the audits, and then when they had the fact that there had been 18 months worth of false financial reports put forward to the elected council, which is acknowledged in the public inquiry, when that was identified to the elected body, immediately ICAC and the Minister were notified, and then they decided to get rid of the councillors. CFO goes somewhere else, and then it's all hunky-dory. If you look at the metrics and the financial performance of this council from merger to October 2020, it was in better shape then than what it is now indelibly. If you look at these statements and you look at what's happening with your cash from last year to this year, and you look at some of these other things, if you listen to Director Loader about the fiscal horizon with the capital expenditure that's required for our water and sewer business, where that money's going to come from if IPART says you're not getting your whatever it is that's going up, you're getting this instead, where's the money going to come from? Instead of having these big, high-level discussions, instead of really interrogating these documents, I mean, this document, the IPART determination and these financial statements, this could be, in a few years' time, in hindsight, an extremely significant meeting that has a huge flow-on effect. And people are too timid and meek and scared to go and seek the extra information. It is protecting yourself, it is protecting the staff of this organisation. And if the audit comes back, as Acting CEO Raclamiro has said, and it comes back inconsistent with what's come there, That raises a question. That's an interesting dilemma. Not necessarily a fortunate one, but an interesting one. If it in fact then confirms what we already know, I highly doubt you're going to go through 4 audits to go and find out something you didn't want to hear. This is about protecting the organisation, protecting the staff, and if indeed that all above is fine, it validates it. It reinforces that the organisation has come leaps and bounds from where it was 5 years ago. There is nothing to be afraid here. I have sat in this chamber and I have seen tens of thousands and tens of millions of dollars worth of expenditure go through. Look at all the money that's being spent on Wombrel. I've been seeking information about the total cost of coastal erosion from public funds and I can't get it. I've been asked to provide more information, to ask more questions. Now, we have these frivolous motions that come up that engender tens of millions of dollars of cost, potentially decades with hundreds of millions of dollars of cost across the entire New South Wales coast, and yet 8 hands go up. When you're asking for a further audit based on recommendations and based on evidence from the public inquiry from the organisation that's doing this audit, you get told, oh, 750,000 is a lot of money, councillor, you better sit down. Now, that was a potential. We don't even know. We're not even at the point where we can ask the question to see how much it is. It may be more, it may be less. Let's at least ask the question. I'm sure it'll come back to council. I'm happy to amend that to say, seek further audit and then have it come back to council once the costs are identified, if that assuages you. But you are derelict in your duties if you are sitting on this board of directors and you won't get a second audit. It's as simple as that. You have to learn from the past, and I encourage all of you to actually look at what happened in that public inquiry and deal with reality and the truth rather than Adam Crouch's lies and spin.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Milland.
Just a quick one, Mr Mayor, to the acting CEO. We're just coming out the PIO. Was there any recommendations from the department or by the Minister for Local Government about any additional auditing or any other financial controls to remain on this council, or any recommendations or what we should do differently?
Through you, Mr Mayor, not specifically in regards to auditing, I might just also take this opportunity just to provide some information in regards to the costing. Yes, I did provide a ballpark figure. To understand what the actual cost would be, we'd need to go to tender to meet the requirements of the Act.
Right. Could I have a seconder for Councillor McGregor's amendment, Councillor Castles? Any more discussion?
Yep.
Councillor Lamont, thanks for shouting.
Okay. This being part of ARIC, like I think what Councillor McGregor is proposing is spot on. Like, having read the inquiry and even the Sampson report, which I encourage most of you to do as well, it's well justified. We're coming out of a PIO. I don't want to look at things, down the track and say, well, we could have done it, but we didn't. And quite frankly, I've said it before, we're really looking at a structural deficit in council. And I think this is something that we really need to address. And I think an audit is justified. So yeah, fully support the amendment from Councillor McGregor.
So, Mr Mayor, just before we go to a vote, another question to the acting CEO. Has there been any recommendation from ARIC for further audit or any scrutiny of these financial statements?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the members of ARIC endorsed report referring the financial statements to the Audit Office to undertake the audit.
Thank you for that clarification.
Right, no further discussion. All those in favour of Councillor McGregor's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Neal. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and I'll use my casting vote against it. Surprise, surprise. So the amendment's lost. Now the motion, all those in favour?
Mr Mayor, I've got a further amendment or a further question, please, if I may.
Yep.
So 2 points. The first one is a question through you to the acting CEO. I'm glad Councillor Milland asked about ARIC. We haven't had any direct contact from ARIC as a governing body, have we, at this point? Well, sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the council's contact with ARIC is via the councillor representative on ARIC. So I'm not aware of any formal links, but any discussion undertaken between those councillors I'm not aware of.
So, sorry, no, I'm just, yeah, the minutes are on the website. So previously, so my understanding, and I know there have been some changes to ARIC, but the role of ARIC is to provide advice to council, is that correct? Or is that not part of their role?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the role of ARIC is to provide advice to council on audit risk and improvement opportunities.
All right, thank you. So I do recall, although it didn't always happen, we did at one point request the chair of ARIC to provide a presentation to council. And I, not in the sense of delaying what is on the screen at all, but I would like, I don't know who's moved this, but if the mover would accept, and the mover's left the room, would accept an amendment, a part 5, to that council request or invite the chair of ARIC to provide an in-person presentation on the operations of ARIC, but in particular the financial statements, the opportunity for councillors to ask questions of ARIC. So I don't know whether staff got that.
Councillor Milland.
Just say yes, Councillor Milland. Sorry, I was just seeking to add a part 5, which is basically to invite the chair of ARIC to provide a presentation on the activities of ARIC, but also specifically provide commentary and answer questions on the audit financials. Yeah? Is that okay? Well, I've got another bit.
Councillor Smith, could I actually, oh, thank you. I think that's a wonderful idea. I'd actually forgotten ARIC is this, like, there was any assistance of our ARIC committee, so it'd be fantastic to hear from them, to find out what they're doing, what they think the current state of this organisation is. And to Councillor McGregor's point, why have an ARIC if we're not getting recommendations back?
Thank you. And my last part, I know when this matter was discussed, we did have a conversation about the measures, the OLG measures, and I know the intention of staff is to include the infrastructure measures, but not the operational measures. So I would request, or I would ask the mover to consider that we add another part that requests staff to include the, is that the right term? The operational benchmarks or the measures, the OLG operational benchmarks in this report. And I do understand OLG is changing them. I do understand that. But I also understand that they've allowed councils to include them based on the old methodology in this year's annual report. Would you be willing to consider that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, could I get some advice from the acting CEO whether that is a big request, that final part about the OLG benchmarks?
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you, Councillor Smith. I'm aware that we have spoken about that before. Council staff do calculate those OLG performance measures. So we are happy to provide those to the council. We can include them in the annual report, or we could include them in the covering report to the financial statements when they come back to council.
Councillor Smith, I'm happy to accept those 2 amendments.
Thank you. I did just want to say thank you for that. I would request that they go in the section that they've been in previous years, because that's the whole point for the community to be able to compare and contrast. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the Financial statements are in a standard format, and this year they do not include the statements, so we can include them in the general vicinity of, but they're not included in the financial statements that are audited as per the OLG's regulations.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Questions to staff. The state government's changes around accounting for the water and sewer business, when did that come into effect? Is that before or after this audit? Is it inclusive of it, before or after? That'd have a pretty big impact on this audit. These would be the kind of things that you guys should already know over there.
They came into effect in the 24-25 financial year, which is that year. So the Water and Sewer Authority statements are no longer required. And they were legislative changes rather than changes to accounting standards.
And changing to accounting standards, there was some mentioned in the report. Did anyone wish to provide any commentary on that when they came into effect and how they impact on these statements and how they compare to the former accounting standards?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I might invite our CFO, Emma Galea, to respond to that question.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Changes to accounting standards outlined in the report, when did they come into effect and how do they impact?
Yes, so there are some standards that came into, we had to consider but not yet applicable. The ones that are applicable, we did assess the impact. Some of them, we undertook the assessment and the audit office will review our assessment. But there was no changes that were required to the way we report things at the moment. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
And prior to these accounting changes, so from the period of 2020 to 25 to 2024-25 financial year, are there any other accounting changes that you're aware of that would have occurred?
Through you, Mr Mayor. So each year, through the accounting code and the accounting standards, there are standards that change from year to year, and we would assess the implications and the implementations of those standards each year, and the audit office will specifically audit our adherence to those standards.
Of course, and that's one of the main reasons why we get them to do the initial audit and why it's all set out that way. I thank you for your response and I thank you for the information. I trust my colleagues are listening earnestly and with interest.
No further discussion? No? All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley. Oh, unanimous. Thank you. Next item, agenda 6.3, election of Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've got a procedural motion that this matter be deferred to the October ordinary meeting on the basis that my term lasts well into October, and so this is premature. As a procedural motion, there's no debate.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton, and my belief is we don't need a seconder for that either. Yeah, and no debate, straight for the vote. So all those in favour of deferring the Deputy Mayor election to the next meeting because it's not been a full year that Councillor Eaton's been Deputy Mayor.
I didn't hear what he said.
Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley. You get a hand up? Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. It's 7-all, and I'll use my casting vote. Surprise, surprise. And
May I use a casting vote on a procedural motion?
Yes.
unlucky. So Councillor Eaton's is carried, so the Deputy Mayor election will be in October. Next item, 6.5, draft code of meeting practice for public exhibition. Councillor Smith.
I will move with an amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did have a quick look at the draft code of meeting practice while we were talking about other things. And I do note that, and I've forgotten it right now, I don't know whether the staff have it in front of them, but there is a section that talks about abstaining. Sorry. And I'll just seek some clarification from the acting CEO about interpretation. So I don't know whether you've got it in front of you. I've lost it again. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Goodness gracious, where has it gone? Has anybody else found it? It's under the section on voting. There it is. So, sorry, 11.4 says a councillor who is present at a meeting of council but who fails to vote on a motion put to the meeting is taken to have voted against the motion, which we all know. 11.5 says that if a councillor who has voted against a motion put at a council meeting so requests, the CEO must ensure that the councillor's dissenting vote is recorded in the council minutes. So I read that as saying that my abstention can be recorded. Is that the staff's reading of that, or is it something different?
Councillor Smith, that would be an accurate interpretation of the new model code. The Code of Meeting Practice currently in force, both the model and council's adopted version adopted last month, doesn't include that provision.
All right, thank you. That I won't labour the point. Thank you. I did just want to ask, and I haven't looked at the model code or our proposed amendment, but just with questions on notice, I noticed the wording that I submitted was altered in my question on notice without consultation. Is that standard practice, or is there something in the Code of Meeting Practice that talks to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd need to take that question on notice, Councillor Smith, so that we can descend into the detail.
All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, actually, Councillor Smith may have partly asked my question, but I note that the new model code includes questions without notice discouraged. What's that actually meaning? Does this mean, for example, we've been in the council meeting tonight and obviously councillors have had questions because stuff has come up during the meeting and they've needed to obviously ask. Obviously that is a question without notice. Can we be given a bit more background into what that actually will look like potentially in a meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Office of Local Government's model code. Questions around the intent of provisions should be directed to the Office of Local Government. During the exhibition period, council officers can undertake those inquiries.
Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for calling on me. I wish to move an amendment that I'm hoping the mover will accept, and that is in relation to subsection 3.13, where it reads, a councillor may, by way of notice submitted under clause 3.13, ask a question to, so there's actually a typographical error, question in to response, or I think it should actually say by response, from the Chief Executive about the performance and operation of the council. Then it goes on, an additional, I think, optional extra, A council is limited to submitting one question with notice per ordinary meeting. Under the clause A, question with notice must not comprise a question with multiple parts to it. I propose an amendment which is deletion of that last sentence. As we know, the use of questions on notice has not been abused in any way by councillors, and to limit in this way is unreasonable. And it's particularly when it's for the purpose of gaining more information for the benefit of the council decision making and for the community. So will you accept that, Councillor Smith?
I will, Mr Mayor.
Have you got a seconder, Councillor Smith?
I'll be the seconder.
Yeah. Any further discussion?
Just one question.
Hold on.
I actually couldn't locate any part in relation to NOMS, and I've read it a couple of times. Could I be directed to the section in relation to notice of motion?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Motions are generally dealt with at clause 3.10 of the model.
All it says there is notice of less than 3 days may be given to councillors of an extraordinary meeting of the council in case of emergency. I can't see anything in relation to notices of motion.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The procedure for dealing with notices of motion is dealt with throughout the model code. Other clauses of reference include 17.4, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4. As to a specific section about notices of motion, there's no such section in the code. It's not all distilled in a single part.
Sorry, I didn't catch the balance of what you just said then.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Clause 3.11 is the most relevant to your question, but the procedures for notices of motion generally in meetings is dealt with throughout the entire code.
Well, I beg to differ with respect, Mr Mayor. I can't locate it and I can't be directed to it, so it doesn't appear to be provided for at all. So unless I can... Isn't provision in relation to the entitlement to notice of motion been removed in the new code? Or was it provided for previously by a decision of this council?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Neal, in the draft in front of you, 3.11, a councillor may give notice of any business they wish to be considered by the council at its next ordinary meeting by way of a notice of motion, and it goes on in further detail. So that's clause 3.11, which in the model code is 3.10.
So the previous provision that we had contained in our code that limited it to 1 is no longer in effect in this model.
It's an additional provision that is open to council to adopt or otherwise.
But it's not so proposed here.
No, it's not in the model. It is in the draft in front of you.
Oh, that's what I'm... That's, sorry, Acting CEO. Where is it in the draft model?
So it's clause 3.11 on page 5 of 44 in the attachments, which is the attachments, page 774.
Sorry, I may not have made myself clear. The present code of conduct that we have limits the notice of motions that we can submit. The provision that's in the draft code of conduct before us for putting on public exhibition, 3.11 does not do that. And I'm just wondering, is there any other place other than 3.11 that does so?
It appears to do that in the version in front of me. So it does actually state as a discretionary clause that the Chief Executive Office To be included on the agenda for the next meeting, the notice of motion must be in writing and must be submitted to the Chief Executive Officer using the standard template by 5 p.m. 7 business days before
the
the
last
meeting to
sentence.
be held. A councillor is limited to submitting one notice of motion per ordinary meeting under this clause.
Thank you. Thank you for assisting me with what. Well, I'd like to further move an amendment that the last sentence of clause 3.11 of the draft code of conduct before us be deleted. Would you accept that, mover of the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further matters to raise, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Oh, we've got some other questions. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you. Sorry, just a quick question. I was a little bit confused about the amendments to the foreshadowed motions, that going forward we won't be able to foreshadow a motion or an amendment. If we have an amendment that is opposite to the motion, how would we do that? It goes through as an amendment, not as a foreshadowed amendment. So the original motion would be dealt with by way of a vote. If it's carried, then what we currently call a foreshadowed amendment is not dealt with in the same way. It's removing some of the terminology that has been confusing in the sector.
Councillor Rein.
Yes, first of all, I'll move the staff recommendation as an amendment, Mr. Mayor, and then I've got a question as well. And that is that I note that public exhibition for 28 days and then up to 42 days from the date of exhibition. And it seems to me we're starting to run out of time for the end of the year. The only council meeting that could then get to is the December one, which typically is really busy. I wonder if the submissions couldn't be limited to the same 28-day period so that then it might get to the November meeting.
Unfortunately, those timings are defined in the Local Government Act.
All right, I'll live with that. Worth a try. I need a seconder. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor McQuaid, second. Councillor McGregor's on, and I'll come to you after that, Mrs. Councillor Smith.
All right, thank you. Look, I'll rise to speak in favour of the original resolution and then speak against the foreshadow from Councillor Eaton. And in doing so, I want to make some comments on the model code. Firstly, the model code is a model. Unless it says that something is prohibited, it is not prohibited. It is a model code, just as we can find it within ourselves to, you know, gag and straitjacket councillors and silence them and stop them from representing their community through making sure you can't ask questions on notice or you can't move notices of motion because it might be politically inconvenient to the ruling elite here. We don't have to do that. We choose to do that. So I know language is important, particularly for those with a legal background, so it is important to make note of that. The second one is just the outright lies around these briefings being cancelled. At no point does it say that briefings are illegal. If you do read the model code, it talks about pre-meeting briefings. And whilst I've heard some very heinous comments about the minister in this place from some who I won't name, I would say that I actually think that the minister's coming from a good place with this. And I do agree with the intent. I know that's controversial because everyone says, you know, councillors are idiots and you're supposed to ask you questions to make you look less stupid behind closed doors. But what I would say is actually relevant to this is that we shouldn't really be making decisions behind closed doors. Now, I know there's a secret group that meets up beforehand and does that, but at least let's have a pretense of democracy, guys. So that is allowable in the code. So it's just a complete fraudulent statement to say that briefings have been outlawed. They have not. It clearly states that it is to do with what's on the meeting agenda. I can think of an innumerable amount of things that have come to this chamber over the last 12 months that if we had had some engagement with them, call it a workshop, if that's the appropriate verbiage that gets people going, that might have gone through this chamber much smoother, might have gone through a lot nicer. And that's kind of the point of having that. The whole point of having an elected body is that we're able to progress the work of the council, that we are able to endorse it or not, and to provide some oversight and guidance and some stewardship on behalf of the community. Now, I understand that some think their role here is to do passive-aggressive gestures and make smart-ass speeches, but honestly, the point is actually to make this to make this organisation work better. There is nothing in the model code that prohibits that. There's nothing to be scared about having briefings and workshops beforehand. Because there's been this misnomer of the illegal briefings, we've gone down this road of wasting $500,000 on setting up parallel council meetings through having the committee structure. And they have just replaced the pre-meeting briefings. The other point I wish to make is it's all well and good to have a code of meeting practice, but we routinely in this council chamber do not actually follow the presently adopted document. It's even outlined in here. Now, obviously someone was able to pull the wool over someone's eyes with this laid on the table business when that old chestnut got drawn out the first time the CEO agreed to it. It explicitly states in the staff report that there's no mention of the laid on the table in the code of meeting practice. Yet I recall being told, oh yes, very good, yep, no, we'll lay that one on the table. We've been laying things on the table for 12 months. It's not even in the document. So now we're going to have to retrospectively put it in the new document that we're only forced to adopt because the state government is bringing out a new model code. Okay, it's pretty transparent, it's pretty see-through, it's pretty clear what's actually the significant things with this. All the other fluff and bubble about standing for the mayor and all that sort of stuff, it's a distraction. The key issue for this council is to actually follow the code of meeting practice and to actually have a code of meeting practice which is fair and efficient and complies with community standards around good governance, transparency, and actually making decisions that move this organisation forward. It would be nice if, these not illegal, as specified in the code of meeting practice, briefings on issues of importance to the elected body may happen some weeks or months before things turn up on a council agenda. Because quite often we have things turn up on a council agenda, maybe 2 or 3 people, the secret cabal, have their meeting and discussions about it, but the rest are left out and then we get castigated. Oh, councillor, you shouldn't have moved that amendment. Oh, we're going to, tell you next time, you better ask those questions in close proximity. We're not here for Senate estimates. You shouldn't be grilling people. These things can all be avoided if the organisation runs better. The organisation runs better if you follow the procedures that are put in place and if you don't misrepresent them to put forward your own personal agendas, which I've sat here for 12 months and watched. So obviously the community will have some say on this. I don't expect that there's going to be an inundation of millions of submissions on this one because most people don't spend all night, sitting there scratching their neck thinking about meeting procedures. Some weird and wonderful people may do that. Fair enough, if that's tickles your fancy. But let's get a document that works. Let's actually adhere to the document and let's make sure that we're doing the right thing here rather than looking at all these silly distractions, misnomers and red herrings that we waste 75% of our time on in these council meetings.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. No further discussion. I'll put the amendment of Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moorland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor McKenna, Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh. Amendment. Yeah, so is your hand support against? Yep. Councillor Neal and Councillor Lamont. So was you voting against? Okay, so that's 7-0, and I'll use my casting vote, and Councillors Eaton his amendment is now the motion. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's motion is Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moorland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, and the motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is item 6.6, Central Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Complex, Stage 2.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll move the motion which I did circulate to all councillors and to the staff. We probably need to bring that up.
Could have a seconder while that's going up, Councillor McNamara.
No, that's not it. Aha. Yes, that's what I'm moving, thank you. So in speaking to it, can I thank the staff for doing the supplemental report, turning that round very quickly, which did give the information that I thought was lacking from the initial report. And it's now clear that while there is a set of plans that is sufficient to go to tender and probably to do a DA, there is no DA for the facility. And in my opinion, and I suppose my experience, we're unlikely to get any funding from any authority unless we've got a shovel-ready project, and that means getting at least a DA for it. And I'm a bit surprised that what the report doesn't say, and I'm happy to have Mr. Director Nichols confirm this, is that once we've got a DA, even if we haven't got funding at that stage, well, first the DA lasts for 5 years, and secondly, you have to do some physical works, and then you have commencement. So you might spend another $20,000 or $50,000. Then you have commencement of your DA, and the DA then effectively lasts forever. So it's not throwaway money at all. I just think clearly this project has stalled since it was first envisaged in around 2015, 2016. And unless we do something, it's never going to go anywhere. And this council, I think, should be big enough to proceed with this. Yes, it might be in staging $30 or $40 million for the sports hall, but that's in the context of a $300 million capital budget. So if we stage it, at worst, this is the worst scenario, we stage it over 3 years or something like that, that's $10 million a year, and that should be doable. Having said that, we've also got a number of properties that, without going into any detail, that could be made available. The profits, the sales from those properties could be made available to help fund it. And with the state election not that far away, there's every prospect, I think, of some state money coming in. So this is a way of moving the matter forward. I do note that when this matter first came to council 2 months ago, there was unanimous support. So I think that proves that the council, or at least, are quite keen to progress this project. And to do that, we've actually got to start doing something concrete, including finding some money to at least start it off.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll seek an amendment of the mover that this item be deferred subsequent to a workshop.
Can I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Walsh.
So you're not accepting? Okay. All right, I'll speak to it then. Councillors, 2018 was quite a long time ago, so long ago that the FIFA World Cup was being held in Russia. We seem to have some different relations with them now because there's been a few things that have happened in the interim. While I support the project, and I would love to see this happen either in this term of council or a future term of council, and I acknowledge that Wyong Council played a significant role in what was delivered by the formerly democratically elected council in 2017 at the Tuggerah, the stage one there. There are other things that have changed since then. There are other players. There are people who have come in with proposals that would be of interest to the elected body. Councillor McNamara is aware of at least one of them, so is Councillor Daniels. I've spoken to the director about this before the council meeting. There are some significant players that would like to be involved in this, and I think that if we have a workshop, we may be able to look at what's on the table there. And the other thing that I think we need to consider is obviously costings and things like that have changed significantly since 2018. We need to look at what work was done up until that point, what work needs to be done in future. Bear in mind, you've tried to put in some budget there and stuff like that. And the other thing is consultation. And it's also around user needs. So basketball's had significant investment, and I acknowledge that this is primarily in the south and in the east ward, but there's been significant investment in indoor basketball facilities there. We have a regional facility there which previously attracted the NBL and that. I don't know what's there at the moment. I'm not up to date with that. I don't spend much time in Terrigal for good reason. But there may be other options with this indoor sports centre, and there may be other options here that are more inclined to be beneficial to the community, to council, and I think we should at least hear them out and try and come at a position from understanding where we were in the past and then working a clear goal to go forward together so we can get something unanimous up. All I'm asking for is a workshop so we can go over some of these things beforehand. Then I'm more than happy to support extra funds, moving ahead with it, but let's just get some stock of where we're at beforehand and what's on offer.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm assuming it's being deferred? Yes, which is good because it breached the code of meeting practice in not identifying the funding, I'm assume. But, well, it does. It doesn't identify the funding. Really? Okay. All right. Interesting. So, Mr. Mayor, I did just want to, generally very supportive of the regional sporting facility, and as Councillor McGregor indicated, was really pleased that stage one did get completed under the former council. I guess as a councillor in Gosford West Ward, and having seen the submissions that came in on and I'll get the term wrong, but the sporting facility strategy, there was a clear interest from the community on work being undertaken on Gosford Olympic Pool. And so I understand that this motion is talking about stage 2 of the regional sporting complex. And I suppose my question is, how does that relate to any timeline on getting work undertaken on Gosford Olympic Pool? The community submissions clearly indicate that that is a priority, and I am concerned about diverting funds. It's also a key enabling project, and why we're not providing some focus on that facility when we have the population growth in Gosford CBD, a desire and a need for that facility to be upgraded, and we're talking about stage 2 up the other end of the coast. So I welcome the idea of a workshop. I would ask that workshop also consider what the timeline and opportunities are for work to be undertaken on Gosford Olympic Pool also. So I don't know whether I need to try and get that in the motion or whether council staff can just provide that as part of that workshop, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McNamara, before you start, would you accept those?
Yes. Make that point 5.
Thank you.
Okay, during the workshop, whoever's going to be running that, I know we talk about key enabling project, but the connection to the major events strategy that's coming out through the Economic Development Committee should be front and centre, because the events, especially the sporting events that will be created by having the stage 2 completed, will certainly build towards the economic development of the Central Coast, the hospitality area, the hotels, etc. So even though we talk about key enabling project, I want to make sure we make that connection with the major events strategy and what the investment will be providing for the Tuggerah facility for the rest of the community. As the regional facility that's quite frankly in the middle of the Central Coast, there's a lot more land way up to Guandolen, so it's about the centre of the Central Coast. But yes, whoever's doing the workshop, if they could please make sure that there's the connections to the major event strategy. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Milland.
Just a quick point. I know the seconder has already accepted the amendment, but I would prefer two separate workshops. I think we need a definition of what enabling infrastructure is. Enabling infrastructure is infrastructure that drives further investment or creates jobs. So I think there's maybe a differentiation between two projects. To Councillor McNamara's point, the regional recreation complex was about sports tourism, and we haven't delivered on that. All we've done so far is deliver some sporting fields. So I think the focus on Tuggerah is about enabling infrastructure, where the Gosford Pool, which I totally agree needs an upgrade, that's council infrastructure. I think we need to maybe separate those two workshops because it may be a slightly different discussion.
Thanks, Councillor Milland. Councillor Smith.
I understand the point, but it's staff that identified it as a key enabling project many years ago. So I would like to see if I can get a part 5 in there that the Gosford Olympic Pool be included in the workshop, or a briefing on the Gosford Olympic Pool be included in the workshop. And maybe we could, in principle, add $1 million to Council's Capital Works program budget for the Gosford Olympic Pool. Why not? Is that how much would it cost?
Councillor Layton and Councillor not accepting that? No. Could I just seek some government's feedback from the Director?
In order for the through you, Mr. Mayor, in order for the proposed amendment to make sense functionally, it needs to come before any of the staff recommendations, and ideally replace them all.
Yeah, but I understand the technical point, but there's nothing to stop us doing 1 and 2 and 4 in preparation. I mean, 1 and 2 we're already doing. So why would you defer those? And 4 is something that would be developed for the workshop.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it ultimately becomes a matter for you, Councillor Eaton, as the mover of the motion. There is difficulty in deferring the whole of the item, 6.6, as an amendment, where Council is proposing to make resolutions as well. It might be that the appropriate amendment is narrower, and doesn't defer the whole of the item.
So if we take out paragraph 3. Can you
defer it until next month?
No. And then that we don't need then to defer, I don't progress. The 4 then becomes that simply a workshop is held as soon as practicable in relation to the Central Coast Regional Sporting and Recreation Complex Stage 2. Which I think achieves what Councillor McGregor was after.
Sorry, just on that, I might just suggest that I actually agree with what was said by the Acting Director of Corporate Services. The whole point of deferring the item till we hear about the other proposals that have been put forward, they would be impacted by moving ahead with proceeding to tender for the 2018, looking at approaching state and federal government. Like we shouldn't really be going to state and federal government saying we want to do the 2018 design, and then it turns out that later on we go, we might want to do part of that and something else, or we've actually got a better idea. And that's why I think it's probably better just to have the workshop beforehand. You could even just say defer progress on implementation of the resolution subject to or subsequent to a briefing. I mean, I'm not the person that has to then work out how to enact the resolutions that come from this chamber, but I would suggest that what was said by the Acting Director there about having the workshop before we proceed with 1, 2 and 3 might be the best way to go forward, or would be the best way to go forward. But should you wish to do it a different way, obviously that's a matter for the mover and seconder.
Councillor McGregor just had some advice that it could be seen as a foreshadowed motion from the acting director. Okay with that? Yep. Okay. Leave it at that. Right, all those in favour? Sorry, hold on. So we're voting on the amendment. The amendment was Councillor McGregor and Councillor Walsh. You drop that now? Because you accepted the...
Look, I'm happy to move it as a formal amendment. I'll do that if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. So that becomes the amendment.
That becomes the motion what the original wording was that item 6.6 be deferred pending a workshop of councillors.
So we're voting on the original motion, and if that gets up, then we go to the foreshadowed motion. Oh, if it doesn't go up, yeah, we don't go to the foreshadowed. So on the original motion, which has now been accepted as this, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I'll use my casting vote, and the original motion is carried. Next item agenda is 6.7 Gosford Regional Library Project Status Update. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did just send, I don't know whether the staff got it, but I sent through just an amended motion to put up. And look, it's not very involved. And thank you, Mr Mayor, for the beginning of the meeting acknowledging the Gosford Regional Library. I appreciate that. I just wasn't sure if your recount at the beginning of the meeting gets minuted as part of the minutes, and I just felt that it was important that we do. So if I have a seconder, I'll just talk very briefly to that.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, really simply just to say that the Gosford Regional Library is a significant project. It has been in the process for a very long time, and I think it's important that we minute our appreciation to staff and to contractors and stakeholders that have been involved in delivering that project. Won't try and name them because I don't know all of those people and I wouldn't want to miss anybody. And I just ask that your speech from the opening, which did name the people that were important, or some of the people to be recognised, be included as an attachment in the minutes so that it is on the public record. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Milland.
I'm just wondering if Councillor Smith would accept a small amendment. In number 2, the council acknowledges and thanks officers, current and past councils. Because there's a number of councillors that led to that point, and it was great to see some councillors from the past at the opening, and I'm really proud that they were acknowledged on that day as well. So.
Thank you, Councillor Milland, and you've probably reminded me that we should probably thank whichever levels of government contributed funding to that. I know it is in your speech, Mr Mayor, but we should just make sure we minute that. Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Well, that's good. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item, 6.9, Property Statement Committees for Adoption. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I just wanted to refer this to the Governance and Finance Committee for their further consideration, if I could. I thank the staff for producing the statement. Sorry, I'll just see if I've got a seconder before I talk to it.
Have we got a seconder? Yeah, Councillor.
Is that what you're moving? Yeah,
Oh, Councillor
well,
Lamont.
referring it to the Governance Committee for the, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, staff, for producing. Yes, Corinne's done
Yeah,
that.
I've got Councillor Lamont to second. Yep.
I appreciate that this was brought to council. However, it's not really clear to me what difference that statement will make. I know there is a probity policy also, but I understand that's for internal operations, not at a councillor level. And I'd just like the Governance and Finance Committee to discuss how, if any, changes they might like to put forward to that statement to make it, I guess, effective in implementation. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
As the chair of that committee, I don't have an issue with that. The only point of consideration I would give to Councillor Smith is that that committee won't meet until mid-November. So if that's fine by you, then yeah, happy to take that on.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Belinda, you're in. Unanimous, thank you. Next item is 6.10, amendments to the 2025-26 fees and charges parking stations for public exhibition. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do think this is a very interesting proposal, and I know on Monday there was already works going on outside the Gosford City car park, and it's great to see that in the budget we were able to secure as a council $885,000 to improve that car park, because for me, I think this really goes back to an overarching principle as well, that we can certainly be looking at ways to draw in extra revenue without putting additional burden on the ratepayer. So I think these are sensible solutions that match that requirement. And I think particularly as we continue to... Guys, can I be heard in silence, please? So I think that definitely adds to that whole revitalisation of the Baker Street car park. So certainly happy to move that motion.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Milland.
Yep.
Councillor Smith. Oh, sorry, Councillor Castles.
Yes. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say now. Oh no, I know what it is. Now I notice I'm just sort of really making an inquiry here in the documentation regarding the parking stations. Obviously, it seems that one of the I guess proposals is particular users, whether that, I think it is mentioned in there, maybe mentioned in there, University of Newcastle, I don't think there were others mentioned, would be able to basically, in a sense, rent, I suppose, for want of a better word, a certain number of parking spaces. Is this a new initiative in terms of that process, or is this something we've been doing anyway? I'm just not quite sure, sort of the sort of status of this at the moment, or whether this is something completely new.
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, it's a new fee in the fees and charges, and that would allow us to be called a fixed term contract parking fee, and it would allow us to negotiate by quote with a business or a education provider or anyone who wants to provide a sort of a group booking to use space. It just gives us some more flexibility to negotiate with those, as opposed to it just being a monthly fee per person. It's more of a group activity. Yep.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question. Does council currently have a policy around advertising on council facilities? But so I think, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm getting an answer, but I'm just getting something from Councillor McNamara. I think that, you know, even if there was a policy about advertising per se, I think this is quite specific about what advertising would be permitted on a council. We're talking about council facilities here, aren't we? In terms of car parking.
Yeah, through Mr Mayor, it's just the Gosford car park, but it could be the Terrigal car park or the entrance car park. The intention is that it would be internal advertising, so as you're inside the car park, you would see the advertising, and it would need to go through any approvals process of development approvals if you need approvals for the advertising structure.
Yeah, I guess, look, I am interested in the question of what we might not accept as advertising, if there is anything that we might not accept. And I realise that councils having do's and don'ts like that could be quite contentious, and this group of 15 councillors might reach agreement on that. But I would like to consider that further, but it's probably not going to be through this motion. Okay, I'll probably ask a question. Thank you.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. It's in regards to the matter of the fees and charges. Unless I've missed it, there isn't anything in the documents that tells us what those will be. It's based, isn't it, on a sort of an individual negotiation, therefore a quote to the organisation, the business or whatever. Is that what I'm seeing correct at this point?
Through Mr Mayor, yes, it's by a quote. We benchmark it based on the monthly permanent fee for parking there, but then there may be individual circumstances in each case that we take into consideration when negotiating a fee. It could be that they only want it for a number of people 3 days a week, for example, things like that.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I'm going to jump back in because Councillor McNamara over there looked, you know, just opened the window a little bit. And the thing that does come to mind is gambling, of course, that I would hope that this council would not accept advertising regarding gambling. And as I'm sure everybody knows, within the last couple of weeks, there was a pretty horrific report about the highest rate of poker machine losses in regions where it was almost $1 million a day on the Central Coast in the last 3 months. And that's pretty horrific. And you know, does council have a role in that or not? Maybe. But certainly, could I ask, and I'm not sure, I'm not trying to make policy on the run, so I'm wondering if councillors and staff would be open as part of this exhibition period to include a survey of what our community views about advertising, or what kind of advertising. And again, I'm not sure how to phrase this, but maybe what kind of advertising the community would not think was appropriate. Is that something that councillors and staff might consider?
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, I just want to say firstly, we wouldn't be encouraging any advertising that was controversial. We wouldn't be encouraging gambling or alcohol advertising. What we envisage it to be is local businesses wanting to sort of provide advertising for their local business as people come into the car parks and then use the facilities. But we wouldn't be accepting anything that is controversial under this sort of arrangement.
Councillor Smith, I'm just wondering if you would accept a small amendment. Instead of going out for community consultation, maybe we can ask the staff to come back with a draft policy for council we can put on public exhibition, because it should be commercial in nature. And I'm sure there's some guidelines both within, I assume, the Local Government Act and other legislation that we probably need to comply with, and the standards of this chamber as well. So maybe that's a good starting point.
Councillor Wright, are you happy with that? And Councillor Millen? Oh, yeah, obviously
We request that the CEO brings back to council a draft policy on any advertising on council or council, or just on council buildings, I think. You happy with that, Councillor Smith? Yeah, it doesn't need to be a war and peace, I agree.
The one thing I would say about that is you could probably run that simultaneously with the public exhibition, unless you're saying you're going to ask the public for their input on the advertising, when we're sort of saying we're going to be going with the advertising standards like you would see, you know, with the busways. I did enjoy seeing a bus shelter locally that had a graphic of one of the local real estate agents dunking on Michael Jordan. So, you know, I think we'd be looking at, you know, adopting those standards. So are you saying you want to, have a community input with this survey idea on the standards, or are you going to go with the state government's standard council standards?
No, the recommendation now is that we don't go out to the community first. The staff develop a draft strategy, and if necessary, we put it out on public exhibition for comment.
Yeah, happy with that.
Happy with that. You got the words? Yep. All right. Councillor Briggs accepted the amendment. So, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont against, Councillor McGregor, carried. Next item on the agenda is 6.11, proposed ordinary council and standing committee meeting dates.
Well, Mr Mayor, I have my light on. I'm happy to move the council report.
So. Who's somebody put a buzzer on? Buzzers are off. So Councillor Moreland moved the staff recommendation, second by Councillor Eaton. Councillor Neil.
I will move an amendment in relation to the staff report. I move two alterations. The first is that the recommendation in relation to January, we do not meet in January, and that the date of the June meeting, as a result of the Australian Local Government Association, be changed to the 29th of June rather than the usual date. Is that acceptable?
I'm happy with the June date, but I think we should meet in January. We've had a number of councillors stand in this chamber and talk about having more meetings, and that we should be focusing on the agenda and making sure we're getting through the business papers. So I think it may be, I'd hate to say irresponsible, but I don't think the community would appreciate us not having a meeting in January as planned.
Councillor McNamara.
To the mover, if we have one in January, may we not have the meeting in July, or are you talking just to add that extra meeting?
Councillor Walsh, could you just switch off for a wee second to he answers? Thanks.
I suppose I'd like some reasoning why we're not going to have a meeting in July. But again, we've had councillors down in the chamber here saying that we should have more meetings, and now we're starting to take meetings away. I'm a little bit lost, at a loss of why this has occurred.
Councillor Walsh,
I might just clarify why the issue in relation to January. As you might be aware, until this new code of conduct comes into effect on the 1st of January, the councillors who are away could arrange to attend by video. The trouble is that some people have made plans to be away, not being aware of this potential change, and are now caught in a situation where we don't normally meet in January, so they could have reasonably relied on the fact that we don't meet in January, made those plans, and now they're caught in a situation where they've made commitments and expended funds, and they then have to change all that. So, there was never any expectation until this report arrived and no consultation as to meeting in January.
Councillor Neil, just before can we get a seconder for your amendment? Councillor McNamara. Yep, Councillor Millen.
I suppose it's a little bit difficult because we haven't had this discussion as a council previously, but I thought there was a expectation to be a January meeting. There was a January meeting last year, so again, no, there wasn't. Oh, well, my apologies. Well, maybe there's no expectation, and if that's the case, maybe a simple show of hands may give some indication whether there's support or not. As I said, there's been no discussion openly between all of us.
Councillor Wright.
I'm certainly happy to have a meeting in January. You know, I guess it's part of our job to be meeting regularly, so if we have to have a meeting in January to get through important business, then I'm happy to do so. And I would also personally be happy to grant some sort of leave system where councillors can join online for that meeting, if that's permissible under the Code of Meeting Practice, which I'm getting there. Well, I did try for you, Councillor. Now you can't blame me for trying to help you out.
The new code will not.
As I said, I was trying to help Councillor Neil out here. But my one point of clarity would be June. It's the most important council meeting of the year where we set the operational plan, and if we're in a position where councillors want to change the operational plan for whatever reason, to take things in, take things out, my question would then be to the acting CEO in her position as the Director of Corporate Services. Is that going to give your team enough time to fulfil all their obligations on the operational plan?
In most cases, we would bring the operational plan and budget to the June council meeting, and we would need to have it adopted by the 1st of July. So if there were any obstacles to its adoption, there would be limited time to deal with that, bearing in mind that the week before is a fairly small amount of time to make any major amendments anyway.
I've already checked, she can manage.
Councillor Smith. Oh no, sorry, Councillor Milland. Councillor Milland, your buzzer's on.
I'm happy to concede on January because I've just had some other feedback. It is school holidays. I appreciate the pressure on staff trying to get reports ready in time. If the Chamber believes we can catch up on business in February, March, and we're all committed to some late nights, I'm happy to concede, and we don't have to meet in January. Do you want
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on, Councillor Smith's got a buzzer.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask, and so can I ask that we alternate the meetings next year between Wyong and Gosford? It's not clear to me why that isn't being proposed. So could I request that we alternate between Gosford and Wyong, which was the previous intention with the new Gosford Regional Library, to be able to have meetings in Gosford.
I might jump in there. My understanding, it wasn't alternate, but it was definitely going to be some down in Gosford. Would that be right?
Well, you've got 4 there, Mr. Mayor, out of 10.
Yeah, but my
So
understanding...
why aren't we just splitting it 50-50?
Yeah, there's no issue. But
no issue?
There's just resourcing.
So with the mover and the seconder's agreement, can we alternate going February Gosford and then alternate from there?
Councillor Daniels.
Sorry, I just had a question. Having the meetings at the Gosford Library works way better for me, but I was just concerned about cost implications of doing that. Is it substantially more expensive to do them down in Gosford?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's more of a resourcing issue in that all of the staff would need to travel to Gosford and then travel back, and we need to go earlier to set up the room, both in terms of the furniture and the technology, and test that. So it becomes, rather than a meeting that kicks off at 6, it's really more of an all-day event for the staff.
Councillor Neil, your buzzer. Councillor Neil.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was also wanting to further amend that if the library, Gosford Library, was ready, that we have our December meeting there. If I have a seconder, I might speak briefly to that. There's quite an expectation in the community that we will meet. Well, in fact, originally we planned to meet every second month at the Gosford Library from the middle of this year. Obviously, for practical reasons, that hasn't been possible. We hadn't had sufficient completion, and I understand that there's still testing going on in relation to the video and audio. But I understand that in the November meeting there will be committee meetings held there which will allow us to fully check all the systems are operating correctly. So that's why my amendment is that if the Gosford Library is ready, that we have our December meeting there, because I anticipate that it will be ready and tested. But if it isn't ready, then of course we won't have it there.
Thank you. We would hope that it would be ready too. The idea of having the committee meetings there is to test it. The problem with making it a council resolution is that if the facility was not ready and not capable of holding the meeting, we have a resolution to hold it there, and we would need to amend that. We won't know that until at least the November meeting.
With due respect, Acting CEO, I think you can resolve a conditional resolution which says if it's ready. I don't think you need to amend it again if it's not ready.
Let me just get some advice.
The legislation says that we have to advertise it in advance and set the time and location. In the code or the act?
So if you December.
Sorry to interrupt, I've just got that information, and I can confirm that both the code and the act indicate that we have to provide a concrete location for the meeting, and that needs to be publicly provided, and that's why we set these in advance.
It's very disappointing.
Does that answer December?
So we could come back in November if it's ready and amend the. Can we do it in November for December?
They're close together.
They're very close together.
We could try, yes, definitely. We could work towards that.
We could try, definitely.
Actively work towards that.
Oh, yes. I feel very reassured.
Councillor Neil, can you put your buzzer off? Councillor...
Mr. Mayor, can we just get that motion correct and the sequencing changed so that it is every second meeting? And look, I just want to comment that I understand the acting CEO's comment that it is going to take more effort to have those meetings. I would hope that that effort will reduce as we understand better what is required. And I suppose, you know, my only disappointment with the regional library is that it was always intended that there would be facility there to have council meetings. So to now hear that it is somewhat, or appears to be somewhat of an ordeal, is quite disappointing to the intention of the original design of the library. But I hope that doesn't end up being the case. Thank you.
Councillor Reeton.
Yeah, just in terms of Gosford meetings, what are the arrangements for parking late at night and security for leaving the building late at night?
Part of our preparations are undertaking a detailed risk assessment. There are a number of options we're looking at to ensure the safety and security of all participants.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Millen.
Yeah, just to bring the matter to a close, so I think we've agreed not to have the January meeting, to have some long nights on the 24th of February and the 24th of March. We've changed the date to the 28th of July for the July meeting. Is that correct? Oh, my apologies, the 29th of June. Yes. Okay. Yeah, and I made some commentary earlier about public perception about cancelling meetings. And look, as I said, we've had councillors stand in this chamber and talk about becoming a councillor. You work around the council agenda and time frames, and we've got responsibilities. So I think I'm glad there's been some debate around this, because there will be some public scrutiny, and I think we've come to a compromise, but I think that may come with some cost and feedback moving forward as well.
Just to clarify, Councillor Mullen, with what's on screen, are you proposing to have the Gosford Regional Library bi-monthly or quarterly? And the other point I would add is I think point 5 needs to be removed from what's on screen.
Look, I'm happy to support that we try to have it bi-monthly, and I'm sure the director will bring back a report whether it is too onerous or there's other issues. And point 5, if the G... Yeah. I'm happy with 5.
They advised it needs to be taken out because we need to set a clear meeting date, but said we could revisit it in November.
So that is correct. On the advice of the acting CEO, if we can remove 5 and revisit potentially late October, November, if December is a possible option.
So the mover of the motion, are you accepting the amendment and the changes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so your motion's now to be put. Yep. All those in favour of the motion that's accepted the amendments? Councillor Reeton, are you? Yeah. Unanimous, thank you. Just before we go on to the next item, can I have a procedural motion to extend the meeting for half an hour?
Happy with the procedural motion.
Yep, everybody, are we all happy to extend by half an hour? Councillor McGregor, you get a hand up? Councillor McGregor? So, okay, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont, and against Councillor McGregor. Thank you. Notice of motion, 7.1, notice of motion, Fogo Waste Levy Rebate Motion for Local Government Conference. Councillor McNamara.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Just a shot in the dark, trying to save the residents $50 million or somewhere around that, but it would need to go to the local government conference. I think it's in Penrith, and we'll just at that conference, everyone would vote to see whether the local government, I don't think we can do this on our own, we will need the local government, New South Wales, and all the councils that are going to be affected by this, but to reduce the capital requirement for the FOGO, you see my proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Milne, do you second it?
Mr Mayor, I'm glad that Councillor McMurray has brought this report. I think it's a long shot, but I want to make it really clear it's not political. I understand this may have been a Liberal Party initiative back in its day, and I think it done local government a big injustice, and it's something that has had lasting legacy not only on our councils but a number of other councils moving forward. So if we don't get any response, we have made it very clear that there's an unjust charge, and hopefully a government in the future may reverse that decision moving forward.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, can I just ask a question of staff, and it's just about voting, so it's kind of relevant. Can I just get some clarification? I know when we talked about abstaining on a vote, there was a comment that it doesn't, so just looking at the existing code of meeting practice, it's silent on whether you can record your abstention. It certainly, I might be abstaining on this. It certainly says that if you do not vote, it's taken as a negative, but it is silent on whether you can record an abstention or not. Can I just, through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting CEO, could I just get some concurrence or disagreement?
We're just looking at that for you.
Thank you. It's it's 12.4 if you're looking.
Through you, Mr Mayor, clause 12.4 is clear that a councillor who is present but fails to vote is taken to have voted against the motion. There's no scope to record that as anything but a no vote.
That's exactly the same sentence as in the new code of meeting practice, so it's silent on the second part about whether you can request it to be recorded as an abstention. It's taken as a negative, but you can still request it to be recorded as an abstention. There's no ruling that says you can't.
Through you.
Well, but equally, the new code of meeting practice is exactly the same sentence.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the current code doesn't provide a mechanism for a councillor to request their vote to be recorded in a particular way. Through you, Mr Mayor, we'll seek clarification from the Office of Local Government.
All right. All those, Councillor Neal?
Sorry, just Acting Director, if you also wouldn't mind checking not only whether it can be done and the present state, but secondly, can we amend our code of conduct to allow it to be done?
Yes, I can add that to the request for advice from the Office of Local Government. It won't be tonight, Councillor Smith.
Okay. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next notice of motion improving Ettalong Foreshores amenity. Councillor McQuaid.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The staff have received an amendment to the original motion that was sent through, if that can be put up if it hasn't already.
Can I have a second, Dan?
Thank you, Councillor Neal. If I can just speak to that, Mr Mayor, this notice of motion is about much more than Ettalong foreshore. It's about how we as a chamber approach maintenance across the entire Central Coast. I want to begin by recognising the great work our council has done with the resources available and the tremendous effort our staff put in every single day. With a limited budget, they have achieved a great deal, and I want to clearly acknowledge that. But as councillors, we must also step back and ask ourselves a governance question. Is the budget currently allocated to maintenance across this region sufficient to meet community expectations? You only have to drive around the coast to realise that many places it is not. Residents and visitors see it every day. They contact us about mowing, overgrown vegetation, damaged infrastructure and litter. Staff work hard, but if the budget and schedule are not sufficient, then the results will inevitably fall short. The Ettalong foreshore is a good example. It has had significant work done to bring it up to a presentable standard, and I thank staff for that, and I want to acknowledge that. But it cannot stop there. We need to ensure that it is maintained at a consistent and respectable level, and that high usage areas are prioritised so that they reflect the importance to residents and visitors. This brings me to my final point. I'm asking Council to consider, as part of the 26-27 budget process, to establish somewhat of an emergency maintenance fund. This is not about criticising staff or existing programs. It is about giving our organisation flexibility. When urgent issues are raised by councillors and residents, there should be a dedicated pool of funding that allows staff to respond quickly rather than having to wait until the schedule allows. With transparent reporting, this fund can give the community confidence that urgent problems will be dealt with in a timely way. This is about us as councillors doing our part. Staff can only work with the resources that we provide them, and it is our role to set the policy and budgetary framework to ensure maintenance schedules are realistic and serviceable across the entire region. So, Mr Mayor, this motion brings the conversation on improving maintenance and efficiency across our region, but more importantly, Mr Mayor, it ensures we as council take responsibility for lifting service levels to meet community expectations.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
I'll just speak very briefly to it because I think Councillor McQuaid raises some very good points. You didn't have your microphone on.
Yeah, but you were talking over there.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did second the motion, and I do feel it's very important to speak to it. I've been a resident of the peninsula and its surrounds for, I think I moved here in 1986, so a very long time. And the Ettalong is in terms of the peninsula, and I think the Central Coast generally, is a particularly attractive and popular area. Some years ago, when I was the federal member, as a result of intense lobbying by the community, both general public and business, extensive money was put into improving that foreshore. But that area has really become not the beautiful place it should be. And that's a shame because we've put a lot of money in there as a council to the footpath, to the Esplanade, and generally improving it. There are many bush care groups that operate around that area. So I think this motion is timely, and I particularly commend the federal government and the federal member, Gordon Reid, for providing the additional funds through Infrastructure Australia to improve and maintain that area. This is a beautiful part of the world, but we need to keep it that way, and we need to preserve it both for our local community and the local tourists that flock there in droves.
Thank you. Councillor Wright was happy with that. All right. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Procedural motion. I now move a procedural motion that the meeting move into confidential session. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Reaton, thank you. Acting CEO, in accordance with section 14.11 of the Code of Meeting Practice, can I please ask if you have received any applications from members of the public to make a representation before we move into the confidential session? Anyone? None? In that case, I put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Or, sorry, Councillor McGrath. Yeah, we have to do this to go into the item. Yeah. No. We're going to have to clear. So all those in favour of going into confidential is unanimous. Thank you. Floors are open. Can I have a motion, procedural motion to extend the meeting for half an hour? All those in favour? Go again. All those, that's unanimous. And now, no joking. Sorry, we had to extend it. So now can I have another procedural motion to go back into confidential? All those in favour? Unanimous. And now we're going back into confidential. Acting CEO, can you report back to the council with the recommendations for the meeting in the closed session? Yeah. Yeah, we've got 1 minute.
During the closed session, council resolved the following. That council adopts the report from the Chief Executive Officer Performance Review Panel on the outcome of the performance review of the Chief Executive Officer for the period 1 July 2024 to 30 June 2025. That council adopts the draft performance agreement for the next performance agreement period from 1 July 2025 to 30 June 2026 for the CEO. That the total remuneration package of the CEO be increased by 3.5% from the first full pay period after the September council meeting due to better than satisfactory performance as set out in clause 8.3 of the Office of Local Government Standard Contract of Employment for General Managers. That council resolves pursuant to section 11.3 of the Local Government Act 1993 that attachment 1 and attachment 2 to this report remain confidential in accordance with section 10A2A of the Local Government Act, as it contains information regarding personnel matters concerning a particular individual. It is also noted that this is in accordance with the OLG guidelines for the appointment and oversight of general managers from August 2022. Further, council also resolved that the CEO review panel develop terms of reference for the review panel process, and that this be brought back to the November 25 council meeting, and that the review panel works with interested councillors to consider additional ways to improve the process and ensure good governance.
Thank you. And I'd just like to thank everybody in the public and Merlin. Thank you for coming out and in. And we'll close the meeting at 11:01. Thank you.